Alrighty, I'm just going to put it out on socials and we'll get started. Alrighty, welcome guys, welcome. So, what we got going on here is, you can see it on the big screen. I'll take this off for a second. But what we're doing here is we have an original Xbox, one that I've actually previously modded with extra RAM. So this actually has the 128 megabyte mod here. So we're gonna add the chip there, and the chip here, and then on the back there too. So altogether there's 8 RAM chips. So you see there's 4, and then I added this one and this one. So yeah, so this is actually a really cool mod to do. I already did the that mod, so I'm not going to be doing that today. This is on a board, it's probably 1.4. I think it's about a 1.4 board here. And I'm just recapping it. It's something you really want to do for the original Xbox, especially because the original Xbox is, getting up there in age, and they didn't actually use high quality capacitors really at all on this. In addition, especially the power supply, which is what we're going to get to probably last, we're going to do the main board first, is very interesting because, if you get any like wavy lines, sometimes if you get wavy lines in your video, that can be attributed to, a bad scaler, especially if you use those crappy pound cables. Don't do it. But if you have, for example, wavy lines in your analog video, there very well could be just bad caps that just need to be replaced. And so we got our kits as usual, console 5, fantastic stuff. So we're going to be doing that. They have everything there for us. This one has not had the clock capacitor replaced. There's a reason for that. Again, all the other Xboxes, so many Xboxes, you want to go ahead and you want to replace it, especially if this isn't, this color, if it isn't gold, then you definitely want to replace it, because it can leak, it can cause a lot of damage. But what happened is later in the life of the Xbox, if you look, I don't know if it's going to be, actually I'll put it on the microscope so the microscope can get it. If you look at what Microsoft put in there, an Ichicon cap. That's a good high quality cap that they actually replace it with. So there's no signs of leaking or anything like that. Again, what you want to be careful of is the other type that they put in there. Those are the ones that leak constantly, and I recommend you open up your Xbox if you have one and take it out if you haven't already, because that is a huge issue. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. One of the big things with the original Xbox when you recap it is that there aren't just through-hole leaded caps, there's also surface-mounted caps. These surface-mounted caps as well, they're very close to a lot of different other components, so a lot of different small resistors, capacitors, other chips as well, other ICs. So you want to be very, very careful when you go ahead and recap these, and that's what I'm going to be doing first. What I like to do is you can use insulating capped on tape, or you can even just use something like this, like some tin foil, and try to keep the heat away from the other components. Again, the last thing you want is, of course, you go ahead, I'm going to put the chat up. Last thing you want is you go ahead, you start to mod it, and all of a sudden, it melts the solder all around it, and well, there you go. Unfortunately, it no longer, your other little components are going to lift from the board. So you want to be very careful when doing these ones, especially in particular. Oops, I knocked it right off. What you need to have on hand when you do it is, like I said, you can use capped on tape, or you can use, like I'm using here, some just some tin foil. Okay, you're going to want tweezers. So again, you don't want to pull up on the capacitor itself. When it comes up, you do want to go ahead and just kind of, essentially, wiggle it out a bit if it needs help. Kind of catch it. But don't, I shouldn't even say wiggle, because it's not really, you don't want to wiggle it. It's more of a, like kind of testing it and see if it's loose, and then just guiding it. There it is. That one, that's what I want to say, guiding it. So yeah, so that's what some good stuff there. That's what we're going to do. That's where we're going to start anyway today. So yeah, very exciting stuff. Again, if anyone tells you streaming, modding work is easy, they are lying to you. There we go. See, so you can see it under the microscope. And again, work like this, you don't need a microscope. Straight up, you really don't. But yeah, in the case for having you guys see what I'm doing, it helps out. Alrighty, so I'm gonna do a little bit of a slow burn here with these, as I like to do. I'm gonna put the airflow to 5, and I'll put it to 250 degrees. That way, I have a lot of control of it. Okay? Make sure everything else is out of the way. Okay? I'm just going to go in circles here. These are small caps, very small caps. So again, if you just go in circles, you don't want to stay in one place long. You could tape down the actual tin foil, which I made for other ones. This one just kind of like had like a little cup. It was kind of nice, the way it kind of ended up being. So I may turn up the actual airflow and the temperature, but for now we're at about 5 for the airflow, which should be good. The airflow should be fine. Temperature I may have to turn up, but with any SMD or surface mounted caps like this, yeah, you definitely just want to be, be very patient. Again, you can see, especially here on the original Xbox, there are capacitors and other capacitors and other components so close that you definitely want to go ahead, just take your time. And even then, I like to let it sit. Yeah, I might tape the rest when we do it all over. And I tape it with Kapton tape, which should be around here somewhere. Okay. And again, that's all I'm doing with the tweezers is I'm testing it. I'm not pulling on it, just testing it. Just to see, is it ready to come up? Because you don't want to pull any pads off. That's the thing. You don't want to pull any pads when you go ahead and do a mod like this. It's just going to make it much, much worse. Especially a lot harder to fix. So I might turn up the temperature a bit. So yeah, I'm going to turn up the temp. We're going to go to turn it up by 50 degrees Celsius. We'll turn it to 300. We'll just keep, going in circles. Essentially, you don't want to keep in the same place for long. Yep, definitely getting loose, which is good. But again, don't want to force it. There we go. Look at that, comes right off. Now what I'm going to do, nothing's taped, so I'm going to lift this up. I'm not going to touch anything yet. The reason why is because, if I go in there right now with ice purple alcohol and a brush, I very well could potentially, brush off any of these other components if they also melted as well. So again, definitely that's one thing to kind of definitely keep in mind, is be careful when you're doing this, for sure. Now there's not many SMD caps on this board. You have other boards like the Dreamcast, like early Sega Saturns, like PlayStations, that they're all surface mounted caps. But here, they're not. They're just, these are the literally the only ones are right in this little area you can see right here. The only ones. And they're all the same with the exception of one. So, you can sort of see even the replacements we got. Perfect. See? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 5, that's the bigger one. It's going to be this bad boy right there. It's going to go there. Okay? So, essentially, you could just go right along and replace the 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then when we took off 5, put those in there all at once. So what I'm going to do now, I just want to go ahead and kind of show at least the process of how I like to do it, especially in this area where there's a lot of components. And of course, even here, there's a lot of components too that you don't want to, you don't want to take off the board by accident, which can happen. So, don't want that. So again, cool down a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead, put my tin foil over there. And again, you can tape it down with some Kapton tape if you'd like. Actually, put it this way. There we go. So again, we can see those solder points, because that's the important part. Kind of mold it all along there. And again, there's no power to the board, so there's no, you're not going to short anything out when it comes to using metal on a board like this. So don't worry about that. I know it seems weird, but if you're uncomfortable with that, that's fine. You can always use Kapton tape too. Again, anything, because that'll help insulate. For me, especially because I do a few mods, a few mods a day, so I get in some cases, so doing this is more than enough. It's more than good. And again, you be as comfortable as you want to be with this. If you feel like you want to use the Kapton tape, then absolutely please do. If you feel like you need, want to tape down the tin foil, you can as well. In most cases, if we're doing like a chip like an FRAM install on a Sega Saturn, and we're doing something very similar, especially when we have a lot more pins, and I want it to be a lot more, definitely want it to be isolated, and it's kind of in the middle of the back of the board. Here you can go ahead and, definitely tape down the tin foil. When it comes to doing it here, it kind of like sits between the Ethernet jack and the AV jack, so. Again, just keep it moving, be patient, don't tug at it. Again, when I use the tweezers, all I'm doing is just testing where we're at, testing, okay, is it molten enough this side that I can go ahead and I can lift it up and we'll be good. Well, it's already getting a little molten on one side for sure. So again, I'm at 300. My airflow's at about 5 out of 8 on this machine. As I'm using the 858D, very common, very, honestly, price for what you get is fantastic for this machine. And I personally haven't had any problems with it, but obviously, it's one of those, you never know. Things can spring up, but I personally have never had any problems, so. Yeah, I might turn it up to around 350. Because I normally have it around 320, 325-ish. But with a lot of these components around, I really wanted to keep the heat down, see what I can get away with the heat down as much as I can. One side is definitely molten. The other side's having a little bit of issue here. Oh, no, there it is. There it is, there it is, there it is. So take that right out. So far, these caps are looking pretty good. They're not looking too bad, but it's always a good thing to recap systems. It's never a bad thing. So, especially if I should say, it's never a bad thing as long as you use high quality caps to replace it with. If you start to use lower quality caps, then it could potentially be a bit of an issue. But again, anything you get at Console 5 from Luke over there, he's fantastic. Is going to be good. He makes up those kits. They're accurate. I've never had a problem with them, and they're all high quality caps. Nichicons and Panasonics I've seen too. But yeah, so very good stuff. There we go. See, this is what you gotta do to get these SMDs off. Again, if you're first time modding and stuff like that, there you go. Okay, yeah, you can see it on the microscope. So if you're first time modding, you know, take your time. Take your time. Even if you're not first time modding, take your time. But take your time. Yeah, we'll do 315. There we go. So make sure you can see both solder points. And now to put these caps back on, the new ones, again, we are not going to, you know, use a hot air machine. We're going to go ahead and simply just, you know, go ahead and solder them on one leg at a time. So there you go. Keep it moving. When you put in these tweezers, again, I cannot stress enough, make sure you're not pulling. It's, again, just to see where we're at, how molten it is. That's all. Help guide it out. Oh, see? This one actually got real molten real fast. So there you go. So check, make sure no other components came up with it. Again, we're going to go back and clean all these pads. But like I said before, you don't really want to clean the pads right away when you do something like this. And it's so close to those resistors and caps because, of course, you could be sitting there with your isopropyl alcohol and your brush, and you're brushing, and you're literally brushing away other components. So again, you know, just be careful because, of course, you know, that might not be the only component that is has molten solder when you use a hot air flow station. Oh, I went right through that with that. There you go. That should be alright. And again, kind of mold it around, and if, you know, you could tape it down too, which is fine. But, and SMD caps. This is the best way to go ahead and get them for most people. There's obviously different methods and stuff, but this way is really good. Alright, so we got, boom, we can see it pretty clear here. Let me show you what I'm working with. So, boom. Now we should be able to take that hot air flow station. Again, if you're just joining us, welcome, thank you. We've got, we're at around 315 degrees Celsius here, and we're at about 5 for the airflow. Just kind of go right around. Don't keep it in one place. And all we're doing is just getting this solder, those two solder legs, getting them nice and molten. And again, every hot air flow station and ambient temperature could be different, so excuse me. 315 works for me and doesn't work for you. You know, it could be the machine, it could be the difference in ambient temperature around. So, you know, just kind of experiment. Just obviously don't start too hot, you know, gradually, you know, start lower and gradually get to hotter. So you don't want to burn anything. Cause any damage, that's going to make it a lot harder for you, especially a job like this. It's just a recap job. You don't want it any harder than it is. You know, you just kind of want to get her done so you can play some Simpsons Road Rage, you know, or some Simpsons Hit and Run, or other awesome Xbox games. Original Xbox had some fantastic games. Let's be serious. I actually really love the original Xbox, and actually my first original Xbox I got launch day, you know, like everyone else did with Halo, and that one's still kicking, that one's still around. But yeah, that was so exciting. I was so excited to get the Xbox. I chose that over the GameCube. They launched the same weekend. Some people may or may not remember that. It was kind of a crazy time. PS2 was already out. I already had a PS2. But yeah, they launched GameCube and Xbox in the same weekend. I chose Xbox, but I eventually got a GameCube later on. I got it actually when Twin Snakes came out, because I'm a huge Metal Gear Solid fan. Have been for years. So I actually went ahead and got the GameCube when Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes came out, and then that's when my GameCube obsession came, you know, where I was like, then I got Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem, I got the Zelda games. I was, whew, man, I'll tell you, I was stoked for all that. That's the last SMD cap that's of these caps, and then we have one more. It's a little bit bigger on the other, real close to the board. But so again, just nice and around and around. Being very careful over here too, especially because my RAM install. So if you have a regular stock Xbox, then you won't have this RAM chip here. But because I did the 128 megabyte mod, I do, and I don't want to melt those pins. So definitely being very cautious of where I'm at on the board. Gotta be cautious. Especially with the prices of original Xboxes. Oof, they've gone up quite a bit. I remember seeing these things for 20 bucks. I think I saw retro gaming's gone up. Maybe people realize just how awesome the original Xbox was. It truly was a great system. Definitely underrated. Even in its own time, it was underrated, to be honest. You know, everyone thought of it as the Halo machine, but there were so many other great games. You know, especially Dead or Alive 3. That was, oh my gosh, spent a lot of hours on that one. That was fantastic. Alrighty. That's our last SMD, and then what we'll do is I'll actually solder all the SMDs in, just so, you know, all the SMDs will be done, and then I'll go into the through holes. Okay. Perfect. Sure, yeah. Well, that was my own doing. Again, this is the last time we need this tin foil anyway, so we'll just toss it right after this. I'll put this back. Sometimes I do that where I like hold my soldering iron like a pen out of the way, and I'm like, not a good habit. There we go. I also want to be careful of any plastic around there too. You know, because obviously that'll melt if you hold the hot air workstation to it. So last SMD cap, and then we'll start with the through holes. Obviously you're going to see too, once you take off an SMD cap, any of the caps, I do wash the pad underneath. The reason why is because, of course, these things can leak. They can leak electrolytic fluid, which is no good. That's bad. It can, you know, eat right through traces. So, you know, the idea is that you can go ahead and, you know, with a little bit of isopropyl alcohol, you know, an ESD brush or a toothbrush, kind of just wipe anything there. Even if you can't really see it, you know, it's just nice and safe. Because, again, you want to keep your Xbox, you know, alive and well. Especially because, yeah, there is some, you know, backwards compatibility on the new Xboxes. Well, really the Xbox Ones and Xbox Series. But, you know, at the end of the day, like, let's be serious. Nothing comes to the original hardware. And this Xbox is very modded. It's got Wi-Fi built in now, which is actually module's located on the bottom of the CD-ROM drive. CD-ROM drive works. It's a transparent green case, an aftermarket one, not the Halo one. And it has a 2 terabyte hard drive in it. I think you can guess what it has on the 2 terabyte. So it's very good stuff, you know. Lots of emulators and such too. So it's, you know, it's interesting because the Xbox and PS2 both don't have any ODEs. It would be nice, definitely for compatibility. You know, an optical disc emulator. optical drive emulator is what I meant to say. But nevertheless, you know, for the time being, the hard drive mods are fantastic. They'll get you by, especially with all the major ones. Plus, you can use an Xbox 360 if you don't mind emulation. That has more backwards compatibility than the current Xboxes. But yeah, I do hope that, you know, Microsoft does go ahead. There we go, and puts more compatibility for the original Xbox in the. There we go. Put that off to the side. In the new Xboxes, I think that'd be fantastic. But we can hope. We can hope we get more. That'd be good. So I'm gonna let it cool, especially because, like I said before, you don't want to just go in there and start, you know, scrubbing away, and all of a sudden parts come out. That's not good. Get rid of that. Even a hot air rework station we can put to the side. We're going to be using a desoldering gun for the rest of the caps on the power supply and on this board. Okay. Yeah. Get those 6 SMD caps off there, which is good. We're also going to clean up those pads. There's 2 ways you can clean up the pads. You can use a soldering wick, like so, and kind of run it over and get some of that off. Or even what I do is I will take the desoldering gun and just, you know, suck up that last bit of solder that's on there. So yeah, either way, again, you want to have a nice clean pad to work off of. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, I think everything seems cool enough that we should be able to move it around. I'm going to take that solder off first. Now, you guys know, if you've seen me on stream before, I actually recommend when you use a desoldering gun, you know, yes, it looks nice to do it like under the camera and everything else, but let gravity help you out. And that's a good way to do it. Oh, looks like my vacuum's a little bit tangled, but that's fine. That way the solder will just flow into the gun. Yeah, it just helps it out a bit. Alright, for the most part, that's that. That's cleaned off those pads. Again, we're going to be cleaning them too, and they're not perfect, but again, we'll give a better, you know, adherence for the new caps. Alright. So let's kind of get in there. Again, be careful of the other components. That's why we waited. Again, luckily, it looks like none of these caps leaked or anything like that. Oh, yeah. Actually, that makes sense. Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I will say the mode from Terra Onion, fantastic device. I've already installed it in 2 PlayStations, and it works great. I will say the only thing I'm noticing about some of the installs with the mode on the PlayStation is I had to take off the auxiliary, what is it called? The EXP, you know, the expandable 2, the plastic where all the pins go for, you know, if you want like extra, you know, on the Saturn where you can do the reset 2 or the region mod 2. I did have to take that off in the PlayStations in order to get the shell to sit on correctly. Yeah, it definitely is, you know, a little bit of finagling with that, putting the shell on there, but it's expected. I mean, you got to put a, it's not like the X Station where you have like a little, little SD card. You have like a 2.5 inch, hard drive or SSD. It takes up a little more room. Yeah, I've done it in the Xbox Dreamcast. It's nice and easy, which is good because it is a fantastic device, especially considering some of the other options that you have. It definitely is better. By far, it is better, the mode, than the other options, straight up. Again, in my humble opinion. At the end of the day, it's just setting it up. One of the other ones are just a pain. Just a pain. Alright, so one thing you can notice when you look at the actual board is right now it's upside down, by the way, if you haven't noticed. I got it a little bit upside down just because I'm, with a board, any board, work with, move the board to where it's more comfortable for you to work. Don't go ahead and start to work around the board. Have the board work for you. I mean, especially with our old systems here, they're usually smaller boards. You can do that easily. Let's see, they're great, but when I power it on for the first time, it hangs on a black screen. When I switch it off, they power it on boots. Oh, that's interesting. I've not seen that with any of them. A modified PSU in both systems. Yeah, I don't. The only PSU replacement I really would recommend, and that's just because it does work really well in my experience, is Mobius's. For the Saturn. For the Dreamcast, it's actually fine. That power supply is great. Just definitely do a recap on it. Again, just like we're doing here, after 20 years or obviously more, 21, 22 years almost now, those caps are a little dried up. Plus, Sega's not known for using the best caps by any means. But yeah, the Dream PSU, yeah. I have heard that there are problems with some of the Dream PSUs. People much smarter than me are the ones that have tested it. Like Chris Mobius Strip Tech, he does a fantastic job. That's why I can recommend his, because even there was a Saturn that had an issue that it was like static, it was crackling on the audio, and even with the extra power cables on the mode, it still was doing that. Putting in his power supply fixed it, even after a full recap. But it still had that crackling noise. Even new ribbon cable, still crackling noise, and it was the power supply. Because again, but he makes a really good power supply for it, straight up. But it is expensive, so you have to weigh that in, right? But nevertheless, when you see here, when you look at any of the caps, you'll notice that there's a black little. Where am I? There we are. Let's see. Actually, if I put it down, you might see better. Let's see. There's a black little line. That right there, that's your negative. That's your negative. So just gotta make sure that's on the correct side. What's kind of nice about this board is it actually is literally the caps face the direction of the board, at least the flow of it anyway, like all the font and stuff. So where it says Microsoft facing this way, the caps also face this way, which is kind of nice, and they're all the same. That's not always the case, but in this case it is, which is pretty nice. Hey, no problem. But yeah, try that. I would say definitely, recap, especially the both. I would definitely recap at least the power supply, see where you're at, especially because there are not too many caps, especially the Dreamcast. It's like, and the Saturn, there's not too many caps on the power supply. And they're not SMDs like this. They're all going to be through holes like this. So, yeah, and then just, when you do, if you have a desoldering gun, great. If not, you can use a solder sucker. It's a little bit, harder, but obviously if you don't have the tool, then, and you don't think you're going to do a lot of mod work, then the solder sucker will work for you too. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the mode. Glad you got it. Glad hopefully you're enjoying it. I mean, the Saturn library and Dreamcast library are fantastic. Well, the Japanese Saturn library is good. The US one's good too, but it's not as good. The Japanese library is it's nice. It's good. It's very nice. Oh, that's true too. Okay, I didn't know that. You got 3 now. Fantastic. Can't have enough Saturns. I'm trying to think, how many Saturns do I have right now? I have a lot. And Dreamcast, actually. I have one Saturn, a Model 1 that has the RIA. I have a Model 2 US. I have a Model 2 US that has a mode in it. I have a Model 2 Japanese that has it's stock. Well, has the CD-ROM drive, but I put in a universal BIOS. I put in a FRAM. I put FRAMs in all of them. And then, which I did on the channel. And then that one's kind of cool because I just got the Sadiator in, so I'm kind of excited to try out that and kind of see the compatibility, because it'd be kind of nice to have. I like the mode where it's just like the hard drive's in there. That's pretty much it. Other than firmware updates, I've got the 3D print where I can just have the SD card in from Laser Bear. But yeah, when it comes down to kind of having a stock system with still the CD-ROM drive to play my originals that I have anyway, it's like the Sadiator's kind of nice. And I actually have the VCD card in there now, so I just take that out, try out the Sadiator, see what it's like. So, but it's kind of pricey, the Sadiator, for what it is. Nice. There you go. Oh, you got three now, 3 modes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yes, you do need the, so it's interesting, right? So for now, the mode does need a 5000 series MOBO. Really, a PU18 is what it needs for the motherboard. But it is, if you look at if it hasn't been case swapped, if you look at the PlayStation, if it's 5000, 500, 5501, if you're in the US, then you're in good shape. That's just, odds are probably has it. Odds are. Again, case swaps can happen. Some early 7000 series do have like PU18s boards. Some have PU20 boards, but really the 5000 series is what you want to stick with. And right now, that's probably the best one you can get, because if you ever want to do the PS1 digital as well, which again I just did not too long ago. I've done 4 or 5 now, and yeah, it's a great mod, but only works for right now on the on the PU18s, and I think early PU20 boards that the PS1 digital works on. So if you want like both, again, you can't go wrong with the PU18. All right, so let's start with this. So you know what I'm going to say. If you've been on the channel before, man, you've got to, Flux is your friend. Use Flux. I've seen some modders not use Flux, and I don't understand. I don't. Flux is your friend. So again, we're just gonna flux right around here real quick. I'll get my iron. We're gonna turn it up to around 3. We'll do 330, maybe go up to 340, depending. What I like to do with these SMDs is first line it up on the pads themselves. So I like to do that with like tweezers. So, or sometimes I just go right in with my fingers there. I tend to have steady hands, but if you don't, just kind of be careful with tweezers there. And then kind of put some heat on that pad. It's a little bit harder because of the on the stream here. And with the flux, it's going to definitely take that solder and just kind of like suck it in a little bit. And we're kind of essentially tacking it down first. That's what we want to do first. Let's just tack it down. I'll be the first to say, and I think, I know not all modders are the same, but man, I prefer through hole caps through and through over SMDs. I'm not a fan of SMDs. So it's tacked in. You can see you want to just make sure it's still lined up, and it is in our case. So again, now we're going to go ahead and add solder to the other side. So I'm going to add a little bit of solder there. Kind of press a little bit on the cap, make sure it's flat down, and there you go. Now it's kind of like, more or less in place. Now we can kind of clean up the joints a little bit. Kind of clean off my iron a bit. So kind of clean up the joints a bit. I'm going to add more flux as well. A little more flux on there. Again, whatever flux you put on, just going to clean it off anyways. It's actually a pretty awkward angle for me, but that's okay as long as you can see. There you go. We're in. Then, whenever you do something like that, yes, we're using Kester No Clean. However, let's be serious. You still got to clean that No Clean. I mean, I would. It's really nice. I will say the gain from using HD Retrovision cables, which, that's what I used for a long time and still use when I use light gun games or I want to game on a CRT. Honestly, the gain from it isn't so substantial they'd be like, whoa. Like, honestly, RGB out of original PlayStation that's been recapped and using good quality cables is actually really good. You know, and again, if you're in the UK, then, well, you get SCART. So again, you may have those cables around, or you may have a CRT that uses SCART, and it may look really, really good. The thing for me was obviously which is very well known, the switching between, you know, progressive and interlaced resolutions is really fast. And if you wanted to use like a little bit of a smoothing filter, it does have the H2QX, I believe that's what it is, that some emulators use. That's actually on, like, baked into the firmware of the PS1 digital. So it's kind of nice, you know, if you want to, you know, kind of essentially smooth out the, you know, rough edges of the PlayStation. But yeah, in the end, it's up to you, money-wise. And if you have to have an installer do it, then obviously it's a little bit more money too. So those are just kind of things you have to bear in mind. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, it looks great. That's no doubt. That is not deniable. It looks fantastic. But like I said, if you have a good pair of analog cables as well, using RGB especially, it'll look really good. You know, you're not going to be like, you know, missing out. It's not like composite. Or God forbid RF. It's the year 2021. No one should be using RF. At least on a PlayStation. Yeah, so if you have a decent quality SCART cable, I mean, check it out. See what you think. If you're happy with it, cool. If you're not, then you can invest in that mod. It is good. It is a fantastic mod. However, like I said, especially if you haven't, I don't know your skills, but nevertheless, you know, if you can install it yourself, you can definitely save $1 or $2. But if you can't, you know, it's definitely more advanced install. Wouldn't have it as your first one. Looks like the flux already dried up over on that side. Wouldn't be the first install you do. There we go. It's in there nice and flat. Yeah, definitely. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely check it out. I know it's so nice. You guys have SCART over there, like on CRTs. It's pretty nice. We had here in the U.S., man, we had composite, and on a CRT, a composite doesn't look like that bad. I mean, it's definitely not ideal, but it doesn't look that bad. You put a composite on a modern TV nowadays, though, on a flat screen, even through something like, you know, RetroTink or some really great products that are out there, it's still, you know, composite video is still composite video. You know, just starting out, nice. Hey, you know what? I say one thing. That's a great mod if you're just starting out that will do you good and is actually really cheap. Is the GBS control. That one, oh my goodness, it's such a you know, kind of cheap and a mod that you can definitely learn from and have a great you know, if you don't have like dead boards to practice on, it's a good mod to like not only learn from, but then also, you know, you have like something in the end that's very usable, very nice, you know, upscaler and downscaler. And on top of that, it has a lot of, if you do all the mods, it has a lot of different types of modding and soldering and such. And these tweezers are starting to get on my nerves, but that's okay. A lot of times I just use my fingers off stream, not gonna lie. There we go. And get that last one in there. But yeah, GBS control, man. Oof. And the other thing too is if you mess up, it's cheap parts. And you can buy them again. They're readily available. So that's why I kind of like the GBS control as like a, you know, do your first kind of modding, if you're starting out and you're comfortable with it. It's good. Oh yeah, I know. Oh, RF man. Whew. Even like older consoles like the, um, Atari, Coleco, and stuff like that. Even that, I make sure at least to do a composite mod versus having to use RF. Oh, the year 2021, we shouldn't be using RF anymore. Oof. And I think probably the funniest thing, and it's kind of interesting, is when I look at flat screen TVs now, especially higher end ones, they still have, a coax jack on there, the F connector. But they don't even have like component or composite anymore, and it's like, technically, why do you still have that on there? I mean, cable boxes haven't used that in forever, and now they're HD. Oh, perfect. Battery mod's good. Yeah, there you go. Oh, they don't seem to save. It should. Did you put the diode in the right spot? In the right, not the right spot, the right orientation? Here, I'm actually gonna do that and move it into place. Because that's one thing about diodes, is that, they block the electricity going one way. So if it blocks it going the wrong way, then you wouldn't get any electricity to the clock. So you can just make it, as long as if it's in the right way, then you're good. But diodes aren't like resistors. Resistors, let's see what the way this mod is. It's caps. I'm like, have to move it better to this way. Resistors, you can put either way. Doesn't matter. There's no wrong way to put a resistor. But with a diode and a capacitor, there is a right and a wrong way. Diodes especially, definitely a wrong way. But yeah, I mean, if it's going the right way, then just check your joints. Make sure, take out a multimeter and just double check. Make sure, you have continuity throughout. And you'll be good. Hopefully you'll be good. Yeah, I mean, it's true. I don't want to say anything, but yeah, 50 hertz, it hurts. I feel bad for you guys over there. I guess it's a trade-off, right? We had composite for the most part and 60 hertz, but you guys had SCART, RGB, but you had it at 50 hertz. But it's all good, because nowadays it doesn't really matter. I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's just more of a, like, when it comes to electronics anyway, where everything's kind of like you buy a TV nowadays and it can do 60 hertz. Because I know, like, over here we can buy like a flat screen TV and it can do, I can put a 50 hertz signal to it and it'll accept it. Something that, again, you put a 50 hertz signal or just a PAL signal to a CRT over here and you don't get colors. It's very black and white. Oh, that moved. Easy fix. But hey, you get to play the games, though. You get to play the games back in the day, and like you said, we didn't know better. I didn't know better. The only thing I always felt bad about with you guys in the EU, that I did know better back then, especially, was the fact that, like, when it comes down to it, every time anything released, it would release in Japan first, months later release here in the US, and then what seemed like an eternity later get released in Europe. Like, it was kind of crazy. Now it's not the case, but back in the day, oh my goodness. I remember, like, PS2, I couldn't wait for it. I was like, oh my gosh, it's gonna be incredible. Japan got it, then we got it quite a while later, and then Europe didn't get it for, it seemed like so much longer later, Yeah, okay, that's what yeah, I figured it was all good. Like, it just doesn't matter now. Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the components are in the same place. But, yeah. I mean, it's nice that it doesn't matter now for you guys, that's for sure. What is going on with, there we go. For some reason, this one's got to get a little bit more in there. Yeah. Especially because it's the ground, I might have to boost the iron a bit. No, it's good. It's in there now. Yeah, just in case, put a little bit more. Again, ground always just suck the heat away. Cool, one more SMD cap. We'll clean all this up and then we'll go to the leaded. Through-hole leadeds. Electrolytic. Yeah, those are the days, that's right. I remember like even here it was like, you know, you'd have to like know somebody to go get imports. And so I had a friend who would go to like Chinatown in near the city, and yeah, that's where he would get like all the imports. Most of them bootlegged, but nevertheless, you know, that's back in the days of you probably remember this boot discs, where like, you know, you had either a mod chip or a boot disc, and you'd load up some imports. Again, PS2 is harder because that's, you know, you need to put in a mod chip in order to get region free even now. But well, you can patch games too at the ESR, but yeah, oh man, remember using the boot disc. Then when I got the mod, then when I put in my mod chip, actually, and it's because I got one first, and then my friend wanted one, and so I ended up getting one. And when I did, I put it in, and I just copied what the person did on my board. This is such an awkward angle. This SMD has like everything in the way. I know, I'm not gonna put it under the micro just because I wanna. This one, like, I don't want to burn the plastic. God, I hate SMD caps. So glad there's not that many on an Xbox board. Through hole for the win. For me, anyway. I know others that really do like SMDs better. Looks like the flux dried up already. Oh, you changed it to the blue tacking. Yeah, that's right. That's right. There was a swap trick. That was fun. We had to go ahead and get it right at the right time. Swap trick, and then like, you know, what was another one you had there? Oh, swap magic. That was like one for the PS2. It was, man, there was so many little things we did. And it's so funny because I'm kind of, you know, I'm nostalgic in a way. It's like those old methods, you know? It's like, yeah, those are like, we had to work for it. Now it's just so easy. You just run an emulator if you really want to do. But yeah, I'm kind of nostalgic for the old ways we used to have to do stuff like that. But at the same time, I'm also like so glad we don't have to do that anymore, and there's much better options. But yeah, you look back and you're like, man, I remember all that. We had to work for it. say. Kids nowadays don't know how easy they got it. Everything's region free. Really, the last major system that was like region locked was the 360. You know, even the PS3 was region free for the PS3 games. If you had a PS2 backwards compatible, that still was region locked. And the 3DS actually was region locked too. So yeah, 3DS and Xbox 360 were like the last two like region, you know, consoles. You had to mod it or something to get region free. Oh my god, it was worth it though. You're absolutely right. At least we thought it was worth it. And you look back, right? And now you know you can pick up a regular PlayStation for cheap money, right? You know, like. Honestly, some of them are down to like $20 I've seen still. And it's so crazy because, you know, for us, they weren't $20. They were a lot more. And we still did all that knowing what we could do. We could damage the system. Didn't matter though. Because, man, we could play those backups of games all day. Especially with CD burners. Oh, man, it was dangerous. we could have really wrecked the systems though. Could have really wrecked them. Although ironic, I've never heard of like a system being wrecked doing that, but you could have. I mean, when you think about it, with the motor spindle, you could have done something. Could have hurt it, but yeah, it was a golden era though. I think what made it really golden too, and you know, I think that's something that is kind of lost nowadays, is when there was a new console generation. You know, and I got very lucky to get a PS5 and a Series X. PS5 definitely feels more next gen than the Series X, but that's mainly because of just the way the menu feels and the controller feels. But, you know, both have fantastic graphics, but it just doesn't seem as big of a leap. Like, the leap from Super Nintendo to then when I got my PS1, it was like, whoa. It was like, then the leap from, you know, legit PS1 to PS2, I was like, whoa. PS2 to PS3, I was like, whoa. And then PS3 to PS4, I was like, alright, it's better. And then, like, now it's just like, oh, well, I guess it looks better. It's like it was more drastic. You know, it was more drastic. Guitar oh, wow, that's great. Woo! That's awesome. I'll tell you what, my first system wasn't a Nintendo, which most, you know, American kids what they say when they're around my age. It's it was the TI-99 Texas Instruments, which I think was fantastic. Still got it, and yeah, that was my first one. And then I liked it so much, my mom was like, "All right, we'll get him one of them Nintendos for Christmas." So that's what happened. So the rest is history. But yeah, you guys had some great computers over there. I'll be real with you on that one. You had some fantastic computers. There's a channel I love. It's Retro Recipes. And I believe the guy who hosts it, Perry Fractic there, I believe he's from the UK. I mean, he definitely seems like he is. And yeah, I mean, it's a cool channel, and you know, he has such nostalgia for old British computers, and I absolutely love it. I love it. I wish I could get more into it. I wish I was more knowledgeable in that aspect, I guess. But yeah, like I have a ZX. See, I said it correctly. A ZX Spectrum upstairs. The 128 gray model with the cassette player built in there, the cassette loader. So yeah, you don't see the jump, right? Yeah, PlayStation or Dreamcast. Even that, I was like, whoa. And even some of the you know, some of the games that came out on PlayStation were re-released for Dreamcast, like the Resident Evils and stuff. And even then, I was just like, you know, it looked better, but I was like, it didn't look that much better. But then you saw like things like Crazy Taxi, and that blew my mind. So, you know, especially because it was like it was an arcade game at home, but like really did match the arcade game, minus the wheel and everything, obviously. All right, let's do some leaded caps now. Let's get some through holes out. So yeah, pretty with these things, you know, pretty standard affair. All you do is you want to introduce a little bit more solder. There you go. Sometimes you can get away with not using flux when you're just introducing new solder, because in this case all it's doing is it's just kind of kind of re-wetting that old solder, and sometimes it flows down well. And you take your desoldering gun. And like I said, it's so much better to, especially for everything. You know, if you use it with gravity, helps flow the desoldering gun. Yep, help flow that solder down into it. There we go. That felt nice and loose. See? Boop. Pop it right off. So there you go. I always like to check too. I mean, this does look clean, which is good. But yeah, you always like to check and see. And of course, I'm going to clean it up too, as well. So yeah, we're off these SMDs. Now we're on the through holes. Which I'm not going to lie, I'm still, you know, I can open up the wiki and take all these off and put them all on. But, you know, I'm not going to lie to you. Modding, soldering, desoldering. It's like therapy. It's therapeutic. You know, it's nice. I like to take my time, like to enjoy. You know, it's good stuff. Especially, you know, after you do it for so long. It's just, you know, it's nice, it's therapeutic. On my end, it's quiet over here. You're hearing music. Alright. Let's see what we got. So we got a 25 volt, 22 microfarad. So I bet you this will be it. So I don't believe. Yeah, there's a bunch of the 50 volts. So I don't believe there's an exact 25 volt in here. Yeah. Which you don't, it doesn't matter on it. So when it comes to whenever you do a recap, well, a lot of these are the same. A lot of these the same? It must be. When you do a recap, straight up, the microfarads, they matter a lot. That's big. When you do any type of capacitors, the voltage, again, if you go over the voltage on a capacitor, it's not that big a deal. In fact, it's not too bad for the system. It's not going to, you know, affect the way it runs or anything. So here we're putting in clearly a 25 volt into, I'm putting a 50 volt into where there was a 25 volt. Not a big deal. It's really just the microfarads that matter the most. So that's all. And it's the exact same microfarad. It's 22 in this case. So put it all back just for now. And take my brush and I'm going to go ahead and clean up some, you know, just underneath in case it leaked. It didn't seem like it leaked, but you know, you don't want that electrolytic fluid there. And it takes 2 seconds. Boom, boom. Already done. Kind of stared away from the sticker because isopropyl alcohol is a fantastic way, if you don't know, to get anything adhesive off as well. It does take off hot glue, takes off you know, adhesive on stickers, stuff like that. So yeah. Again, as always, when you look, you have the stripe. The stripe is your negative. It's also the shorter of the 2 legs. So there you go. The boards are usually, and I say usually, 99% of the time, have the positive where you put the longer leg and the negative. So I'm going to solder these all in after. What I'm going to do for now is just bend over the legs on the back of the board. There you go. So I know that, okay, I have to go back. I have to solder that. But that one's the new one in place. So press it all the way down to the bottom, fold it over. And then we go through and do it to the rest. Now, if there's a few that are light, you know, are similar, the same value, I'll take them off all at once anyway. So these 2 are the same value. So we'll take those 2 off as well. Yeah, there we go. And again, you can bring up a wiki, take them all off, and do it all at once. But like I said, I enjoy this. It's something I enjoy. It's relaxing. So there you go. Just going to introduce new solder. There we go. That way it'll re-wet some of that old solder in there. Again, you can be sloppy with this, doesn't matter. And then the other one is right here, right? Yeah. just so you can see, so you can feel like you're part of it. There we go. Kind of get it flowing in there. Yep. Correct. Correct. You got it. There we go. Let's take those two out now. Yeah, it's a big day in sports over here in the States. We've got American football. That is like, you know, the wild card games and stuff. And normally I'd be watching it, but not gonna lie, not too interested in the teams that made it. You know, so. An original Xbox is more interesting. Okay, that's there you go. Another one bites the dust. There you go. And another one is gone. And another one is gone. There we go. Boop. So both are 25 volt, 22 microfarad. So we're going to use the same one that is 50 volt. This is not going to make any difference at all. As long as it's 22 microfarad, that's all that matters. Come on, I see it. I don't know why Luke from Console 5 changed the bags. Probably is easier for him, and I get it. But they're like sealed now. They're not like Ziplocs. But I like the Ziplocs better. I did. Pretty sure they were easier to reach into and such. There it is. This one looks there. I would say this board was looking pretty good. I don't see any leakage yet, which is good. But yeah, kind of nice. That's a good thing. I have seen Xboxes. This is one of the. These are one of the systems. There's select systems that you really should recap, and the original Xbox is one of them. It's definitely got, you know, at least if you can get in there. Get the, you know, super capacitor there, the clock cap out, but otherwise, like, really this system benefits from a recap system and the power supply. So it's kind of crazy. The ones that I've seen the most issues is let's say, well, PC Engines. Those ones are pretty ridiculous. Those ones you need to recap. You know, anything PC Engine, TurboGrafx, etc. They could use a recap. But yeah, oh, no problem. But yeah, those need a recap for sure. But the and power supplies are pretty easy to recap, so it shouldn't be too bad to do some of those. And then the Sega Saturn definitely helps. Genesis helps. Sega CDs help. Anything that says Sega should be recapped, with the exception really of the Dreamcast. Those caps are actually really decent, considering on the motherboard. I've never seen any go bad. But on the actual power supplies, those should be recapped. Yeah, let's get this lone guy off too. That is 680 microfarad. Oof. Oh yeah, and definitely enroll in some courses if you can. Again, that's what what I did, which was really good because honestly, you know, you can go into modding and just, you know, monkey see, monkey do, right? And isn't that the expression? Where you can go ahead. I'm underneath. You can go ahead and, you know, look at some tutorials on YouTube and go for it. But you know, if you really want to know what you're doing, like, you know, what these parts do, and like, honestly, if you ever wanted to go ahead and, you know, do your own mods, then yeah, go ahead and definitely enroll in some courses. It's fascinating stuff. But yeah, if you're just like, hey, I want to recap a Nintendo because, which is actually really easy. Well, because there's not a lot of caps. It's in that RF box I hate. There we go. But yeah, yeah, if you wanted to, like, you know, just, you know, get some of your systems up and running, then yeah, you know, feel free to kind of follow some YouTube. But if you want to know more about just electronics in general, yeah, take some courses. I don't know how easy it is right now for you know, universities. You know, at least going in person, it probably might not be able to. But when it comes to like online, you can definitely learn some stuff online. Come on. There we go. Yeah, see, that looks clean too. Oh yeah, the PC engines are, you know, it's decent. Those are good to recap. The PC Engine like Duo, the Turbo Duo, as we have over here. Oh, definitely recap those. Those I've seen horror stories. Oh yeah, I was talking about that, right? Game Gear. Every Game Gear I've ever recapped, with the exception of one, at least had most of the caps like just leaking. Oh, Game Gear. Oh, that's what if you really hate someone, you tell them to recap your Game Gear. It's not hard, but it's just so smelly. Because again, a lot of times those caps are just done. But yeah, again, Sega. I'm telling you, Sega, man. I don't know what they were doing, but I don't think they knew what they were doing. I will say the if you ever get one of the other Duos, PC Engine like Duo R, Duo X, those caps are actually a lot better. They're all right. You can still recap them, but you'll be in good shape with those right out of the box. Get some gaming in. Just nice and flat. Just bend it over. Yeah, for sure. So I'd say, yeah, definitely take some courses. You know, I'm always of the mindset of, you know, when you buy things, right? You know, it'll improve. You know, you can buy things and enjoy them, and it's great. But one thing that, but over time they can, you know, you buy things and they'll, you know, they can die or lose interest or what have you. But one thing that's amazing is that if you invest in yourself, you'll always have that. No one can take that away. You know, no one can take that away. If you invest in yourself from learning and such, you know, I think you get more of a value from it. And, you know, I'm sure there's people out there that disagree with that, but I feel like when you invest in yourself, you know, your knowledge and everything else, that's just something that can't be taken away. And it can really help, really may pay dividends too. I mean, you know, you get into modding, you can save so much money. You can be modding PS1 digitals. It's kind of like the de facto right now. Like, if you can do that, then you're decent. You can do it. Yeah, man. There we go. Yeah, still looking good. I mean, this is a later revision of the Xbox, so that could be why, but ain't gonna hurt. I do have some of the new digital mods boards for the Xbox. I thought about putting it in this one, but then you'd lose analog out. At least to the board that's available now. I know Dan and Christoph, who are, you know, they make the PS1 digital and stuff. They're doing an original Xbox one that'll keep the analog port, which I would love. But yeah, it's just hard to get rid of that analog port. Hard to trade that. You know? Hard to trade that for just a digital solution. And granted, you can get lagless, you know, HDMI to component adapters. But, you know, one of my CRTs, I have like, you know, a few up there. One of them is S-Video only, so I'd lose that. And with the 128 gig mod that I have, try that again, 120 megabyte RAM mod that I have, you can play like Virtual Cop 3, for example, that you can't do on a regular 64 megabyte. So it would kind of be a trade-off I don't want to do. So you can use one of the dongles. So again, if you clean up like this, and you clean up your you know, recap, it'll actually be, you know, still, you won't get any like, well, analog, you're gonna have interference anyway, but it shouldn't be as noticeable. Man, these Sanyo caps are chungus. They're huge. Boom, boom, boom. These three. Well, off they go. Off they go. Off with their heads. But yeah, really the like Xbox, you know, 1.0, 1.1s, those could use a recap. And they need to get that clock capacitor off if they haven't already. But yeah, okay, what was it? Okay, so systems you should recap. Genesis or Mega Drive. Sega CD or Mega Drive CD there. Both models. JVC XI. Game Gear. Nintendo, to a point because of the age, but honestly, you know, there's only like a few caps in there anyway, so it's easy. Game Gear's good. Game Gear's not just good, Game Gear's needed. Super Nintendo actually has been pretty good. I haven't seen a lot of bad caps on a Super Nintendo. So that's not bad. I'm gonna have to redo that one. TurboGrafx / PC Engine definitely helps, especially because it's just a noisy system overall. Like the analog audio could be very noisy. So yeah. Saturn. PlayStation's only one motherboard I ever did really needed a recap. It was like, and I didn't really realize it until I got into it. And I was like, whoa, this is like really got a lot of leaky caps. And that's the thing too with the importance of recaps. You know, you don't always know. You know, you won't always know by sight if it needs a recap or not, because of course, you know, caps can also dry out, or they can be leaking directly right under the board underneath. You don't know. I did know who does. Retro Stuff? I think it's called Retro Stuff. They make pre-modded ones, actually, now that I think about it. And the nice thing about the PS1 digital mod, that's one thing I forgot, is that it's got a dual frequency oscillator in it, so you can play some sweet 60 hertz, play at 60 hertz instead of 50 on a PAL system. So that's pretty cool. I forgot that it has that option. Yeah, definitely those two, for starters. Come on. See, that one's out. This one's being... There it is. Oh, nope. There we go. There we go. These Sanyo caps are being a little troublesome. Yep. Come on. There it is. Boop. There we go. And like I would do, like if you have a PlayStation, do the power supplies. Sega Saturn, power supply. I'd do the whole board if you can with the Sega Saturn. Dreamcast, do the power supply. But yeah. And then when you get to some of the newer systems, like I said, PS2's actually got, I've never seen a real bad cap issue with those. Same with the GameCube. It's Xbox tends to, but it also has a billion of them, as you can clearly see. And they weren't good quality caps. It's like any like car company, right? They at first they're, I mean, really when you look at this, too, it's like it's build quality's all right, but it definitely isn't the best. And they definitely got better. I think, the Xbox Ones and the Xbox Series I think they're fantastic build qualities. But, original Xbox was meh, build quality wise. I mean, they really just put a PowerPC in this thing. And then Xbox 360, I mean, we all know what happened with that thing. Ugh. I was on my third Xbox 360 back in the day. So I just kept on having to put them into Microsoft. No, not 1.6, 1.4, 1.4. But it's definitely told right. You saw right away it was a later revision. You could tell because first it's a later revision because you have the heatsink. You don't have the extra fan here, and then you may have noticed the yellow Nichicon or gold cap, and that usually you see on 1.6s. But no, this is a 1.4 with a TSOP mod. TSOP modded it. And again, I have the 128 megabytes I put on. Oh, you gotta be careful. It was swollen. Woo, man. There you go. Honestly, I would love to see those. Those make me cringe in a good way. I'm like, oh, thank God you got it though, because that. And again, that might have been, I don't know if that was at the old like barrel type capacitors where you have the leads out each end there, a coaxial, something like that. I forget now, off the top of my head, I forget the name of it, but yeah, those things are things you find on like Commodore 64s and stuff like that. I mean, I will say most of those old computers could use a recap, but man, some of those old computers, it's a miracle they're still running. Even a lot of these electronics, sometimes you gotta kind of think like, when they build these electronics, right? And you can see evidence of it in the PS5. They don't build them forever. These are like classic cars in that, you have to do maintenance to them to keep them going because they're not made to be forever. Like, look at the PS5 storage solution. That goes. That's see you later. And they don't care because if it goes in 10 years, PS6 will be out. So, and the warranty's already out of date. So it is amazing to see like such a great community that we have here in the retro community to like keep these things going, like classic cars. It's the way I see it. Because yeah, you can emulate and still get a good experience, especially nowadays. But just like running on original hardware, it's nothing like it. Again, that's kind of the experience that I prefer anyway. Oh yeah. So not all the solder came out of that hole. Which if that happens, what I do is I put the iron in one side, so it really heats up and get really in that hole, and then I just suck it out the other side. And then, bada bing. Oh, if you do have an FM Towns Marty, that thing needs to be recapped. Actually, the FM Towns Marty, I just did a recap the other day on. Tried to stream it, and it was during the whole thing going on in our country. So it was like, whoa, I gotta stop and see what's going on the television. Which, if you know, which I'm sure you do because it was a worldwide issue. Some bad stuff. But I finished recapping it, so it was alright. Yeah, it's the ground plane. I'm going to boost up my iron, that's why it's not melting very well. Again, ground planes always just suck the heat away. There we go. Solder iron went through the hole. There we go. Now it'll go through no problem. Hopefully it goes through no problem. What is in there? What is in the way? Let's screw it. What's going on? What's going on? It's like a piece of solder that's in there. Oh yeah, it's like a small little... It's just enough that it won't fit through. Usually Xbox don't give me this much trouble with caps. Come on. But hey, any recap can, so. Pull that leg on through. There we go. Nice and flat. Alright, well, last but not least with these three. No, we haven't even touched all the little electrolytic ones. But we will. This Chungus one. Oh, it's 10 volt, that's why. Let's get this one off too. But yeah, if you do some recaps, hopefully you enjoy it. I honestly enjoy it, and like I said, I take it one at a time. You don't have to, you know, you can look at a wiki and do it all at once, but I just, oh man, I really enjoy it. I really love doing it, so it's like, just kind of like take it all in. It's a good thing I like to do it, because I have a pretty big collection, and like, everything needs, there's so much that could use recaps in it, so that's what I do. Just recap them. I like doing recaps on streams because it's just chill. Kind of mindless in a way. Yeah, you gotta always watch out with these boards too, because like Microsoft decided to put in like spots where, you know, it looks like there should be capacitors, but there ain't. Hate that. Yep, that's definitely it. So far, these caps have looked good, but like I said, it's a little bit of a later model, so I'm not too surprised. But yeah, I thought about putting the digital mod in here too, the Make Megahertz one, but yeah, it just seemed, like I said, I don't want to lose that analog out. And I know that, again, Christoph and Dan are working on a solution, and theirs won't lose the analog out, so Kind of hoping that comes up soon. I know they're very busy, so no rush, but it's going to be a fantastic, exciting day when I start getting those in to install. Just because it's not too bad. You have to solder to this bad boy right here. That chip right there. That's going to be your video chip. Okay, so it looks like all 4 of those are the same. Let's take those all out at once. Yeah, I even have them here. I have the digital ones. Just can't bring myself to only have a digital out. There's so many good Lycan games on the original Xbox. Especially with the RAM upgrade. Yeah, House of the Dead 3 is on here. With House of the Dead 2. Which, yeah, they put it on Wii, but, you know, Wii motion controls. Am I right? Silent Scope is on here. So, yeah, and I have a few Xboxes. Actually, one of the Xboxes I have to recap soon, is a Mountain Dew one. Those were kind of rare, but yeah. Oh, 8-bit mods, that's it then. There you go. Yep, 8-bit mods, that's it. I knew it was one of them. It was like, I think there's like a retro stuff or something, and then there's 8-bit mods. But, yeah. And again, with your, you know, if you do decide to get it, you don't lose analog out as well. You can have analog and digital out of a PS1 modded PS1 digital. So your SCAR cable will still work. There we go. But yeah, I would say try it with the SCAR cable as is now, especially because you already have it. Just see what you think about it, see if you like it. And then if you want to make that investment, then there you go. Like I said, the good thing for you too is, like I said, it does have the DFO in it, the dual frequency oscillator, so you can run NTSC games no problem. Yeah, right now up in my game room, when I was playing a little bit of yesterday, I was playing a lot of Jaguar yesterday, but up in the game room I have you know, a few PlayStations and stuff, but the one that I have hooked up that I play the most now is the mode in PS1 digital. Just, I love it. Oh wow, still 220s. Is that already modded though for 220, or is that just the kit? Because here it's about 160, but again, Dan lives in Indiana. It's, you know, not that far. And unfortunately, I know you guys have that, you know, or VAT. We luckily do not have that yet, but sometimes, I don't know. Who knows? I've been surprised that we haven't had that yet, but I always feel bad that you guys gotta pay that. Because, you know, I'm sure that, you know, 8-bit mods has to pay the VAT, and then he has to, you know, well, you know, it has to, it's reflected in the price, I bet. And I keep hearing, did something happen with, like, shipping again in the new year with the... I don't know if you're from Great Britain or not, but... I don't know, I keep hearing all these, like, things about Great Britain and shipping, and you know, I don't really ship to Great Britain, so I don't really know. But I heard something was going on. Come on, why is this being a stickler? It's wiggling, it's loose. Both. Oh, I see this. And there's a little bit of SATA. That's just the kit? Oh. Yeah, they are cheaper here then. I bet you the, you know, I don't know if it's, is it VAT or VAT? No. But it's, I bet you that is reflected in the price that he has to pay to import it. Because like I said, Dan is here in the US, so, you know, for us it's 160. I know because I bought 3 so far. I installed 5. I had other people that installed. Yeah, it is, okay. Oh, interesting, okay. Nice. Oh, so you did come to the States. Yeah, nice. We're not all crazy, I swear. Just some people. Oh, let's try this out. There we go. Let's wash these up. Keep on going. Keep on trucking. I don't know if you've ever seen the DC Digital as well. That's a fantastic mod. That one's a little bit easier to do as well than the PS1 Digital. Still definitely challenging, but... I forget, did I do one on the channel? I've done a lot of those now over the years. But that's a good looking mod too. In the UK, yeah. Oh, okay, that's what it is. Yep. I've always wanted to go to the UK. That's pretty cool. Always wanted to go. I mean, obviously, with the state of the world, I can't go now, but maybe the end of the year? I think it'd be awesome. So much history, just like, even I hear the nightlife in the cities is pretty cool. Like, I'd be down. Border checks now. Yeah, that's what I was seeing, was a lot of the people, a lot of like smaller businesses refusing to ship to the UK, and I was like, that sucks. Like that sucks so bad. Because you know, I saw like, you know, Laser Bear, you know, Greg, he said he wasn't going to, at least until he figures it out. I think he's saying he has to apply for something or other. I don't know much about that stuff, obviously, but yeah. So I felt so bad for you guys because I didn't want stuff to like go up in like price like crazy. Things are already gone up in price like crazy. There's nothing to see here. I mean, you have, you know, I that's part of it though too. You have nothing. It's nice to have like, you know, nothing to see, and it's nice countryside in some, you know, in some cases too. So I've seen the U.S. countryside. It's corn. It's lots of corn. So, you know, see another country's countryside, you know, like the UK, be good. I don't know, I think it's just so cool. I don't know, it'd be so cool. My fiance, she's gone to the UK, but she went to London, and then went to London, Ireland, Scotland. She's like a whole thing, but and she loved it. She's Irish herself. We're basically, I'm from the Boston area, so we're basically what a lot of Boston is. She's like Irish and I'm Italian, so. Well, Italian American, not from Italy. Born in Boston. There it is. There it is. I try to hide my accent. I don't do a good job of it. Lots of countryside. See, I like that though too. That's like cool. Like I'd love to see a whole bunch of it. Kind of experience it. It's chill. It's a chill place right here. But obviously, you know more than me, obviously. But yeah. Yeah, hopefully. I know. Oh, Greg does such good stuff too. Great designs. Like I have a 3D printer downstairs, and I still buy from Greg because I support what he does. I just got the Nomad pack in. Actually, something I'm doing that works actually so far. I just have to do a few tweaks to it. Here, I'll take a quick pause. Sneak peek of what I've been doing, which isn't a hard thing to do, but essentially, here I'll put the board over there for a second. So the Nomad, he has a rechargeable Nomad kit, which I think is fantastic. Big fan of it. I've been using it for a while since I got it. But the one thing I didn't like was that there's no like light to tell you like what the battery level is. So what I've got going at this moment, and it's just, you know, as you can even tell, it's kind of all taken apart. But I was like, I want to know like where the battery is. Like, do I need to recharge? I mean, I hate, you know, like on the Game Boy and everything else, to have the one little light that says low battery. Like, you know, I don't know. I'd rather see like what do I got? Do I need to charge it, you know, or what? And you know, call it maybe because of you know, phones and everything else, right? So I was like, okay, I'll just make my own battery gauge. So obviously this is not near complete, but essentially the battery gauge, I don't know if you can see it light up, but yeah, you should be able to like, you know, hit a momentary switch and be like, hey, I'm at full battery, or I'm not, or I am, you know, do like a, it's just not making good, there it is, good, better contact. But yeah, that way you can like actually see like, oh, do I need to charge it? So, and it's a small board, you know, easily could put it in the side here, and I would just put like a momentary switch, just so you only have to, you know, you just hit the switch and it'll tell you what the battery level is, so it wouldn't be on all the time. So yeah, that's my other little project I was working on the other day, and then, you know, everything happened. Oh, nice, there you go. Yeah. They are incredibly friendly. The Irish people I've met in my lifetime, incredibly friendly. So that's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. Well, I mean, hey, I'm gonna marry one, right? So there you go. But yeah, so that's his mod that he did. That's Laser Bear's mod, and I was like, all right, well, I can take it a step further, you know. Like I totally get why he probably didn't go ahead and include like a battery gauge, more money, you know, but, and it already was kind of expensive. I was a little surprised, as if you look at that Nomad pack, it's $30 unassembled, $50 assembled, which I was like, whoa, for some people there. And so yeah, I was like, oh, well then, yeah, take the next step. So yeah, I do love the Nomad. I think it's awesome. All right, so we got a 100 volt here. Sorry, 100 microfarad. Is this 100 microfarad too? Yes, you are. So these two are hundreds. These threes are not. Okay. Okay, we'll do that. Yeah, man, I'd love to come to your country. I also don't know what time it is over there. I apologize if it's getting late. Over here, it is 5:43. Yeah, you guys have a whole bunch of cool stuff over there too. Like, you know, first off, you have Lewis Hamilton. All right, guy's the man. Love Lewis Hamilton. I'm big into like F1 racing, and you got Silverstone. Oh man, so you got some great stuff there. I'd love to see. It'd be so cool. It'd be so cool. All right, we got this one out. one down. Let's get this one out. The ends are bent. Boop. And then we'll do these three at the same time. That's easy. I'm here. The caps are here. To get these out. This guy should be a little clean there. This three are being troublesome. Oh. These two would be in troublesome. I think this one's moving. Oh, the ends are bent. Get that out of here. Alrighty, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Yeah, this one needs to get a little touched up, no big deal there. You know what I gotta do? Kind of get that flowing in there. I'll even boost my iron. Again, it's always good to get that in there real nice. Mix that new solder with the old, so it'll hopefully come out easier. Let's see, this one, oh, it's bent a little bit too. This is a stubborn cap. This one's stubborn cap. Alright, down with the big boys then. Get this bad boy out. So we're almost done with the main board. Let me go on to the PSU power supply, which honestly is probably the thing you want to recap, you know, the most on Xboxes, but especially after you just gotta get that claw cap out though. Oof. Big oof. There it is. There she's out. Nice. Let's clean it up. Clean it up. And so far, I'm not seeing a lot of leaking. I'm not seeing any leaking, to be honest. But again, later revision, not too surprised, but also not a bad thing to do. A little bit of recap on an original Xbox. Not gonna hurt nothing. Alrighty. So we'll do the 100s, which are 2. And then 3 of the 22 microfarads. I will say one of the best compliments I got about my streams is that I'm the like the Bob Ross of modding, and I was like, oh, that is just too much. That's amazing, but it's too much. Another said I'm like ASMR on modding. So hopefully I'm not putting you to sleep. Or if you do want to go to sleep, then go to sleep. Who knows, might still be here when you wake up. Still gotta solder these all in. I knew what I was in for. It's not my first rodeo with an original Xbox. I knew what I was in for. So here's a little teachable trick. If you get something like this, right? So, you know, might be able to see it on the big cam, you might not, but you get an instance where you're sitting there and like you took the solder out, but there's still just enough solder and it pulled back in and you can't get it out. I'm trying to see if we can find my thumb. Here we go. Like that there over on the negative pad, especially negative pads, mainly because, you know, it's ground, so a lot of heat soak. You can go ahead, stick your iron through so it gets it nice and melted. Take a desoldering gun. There you go. So it melts any of the excess solder. And then that leaves you with a hole. See? So now that cap will go in there, no problem at all. Sometimes that can happen where there's like just enough solder in there still, and it just, you know, doesn't allow you to push it all the way through. So it's a good little strat, pro tip, if you will, pro tip. There we go. Let me. I think I gotta do it again on that one. It seems like these caps were, the grounds were just a little bit, you know, harder. Like it's just soaking the heat more unfortunately. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, the grounds here are soaking the heat a little bit more, I think, than normal. Well, still got some in there. So are we able to get it out? Yeah, it's just a tiny amount. Let's do it one more time. There we go, get it through. Alright, that should fit in there now. That should fit in there now. Hope everyone's enjoying their night out there. I know I'll be enjoying my night once I'm playing some Simpsons Hit and Run on this thing. It's actually a really good game. Simpsons Hit and Run. Fantastic game. Had that one growing up too. Actually, it was Hit and Run. It might have been Hit and Run or Road Rage. One of them. My little brother erased my save on my memory card. I was pretty livid. I have forgiven him since it was like, you know, 18 years ago. But nevertheless, I guess he was like really like freaked out, like, oh no, what am I gonna do? Try to hide it. Even like when it kept saying like game corrupt, because what he did was he saved. He had my game, and it auto saved, and so it said it auto saved. So he freaked out and ripped out the memory card while it was saving. Yeah, he was young, but yeah, like no, it's not. You know, it's the worst thing you could do. He did admit to it though. So we're good. We're good. But let me tell you, at the time, I was not happy. Nice and loose. Good. There it is. There we go. Oh, so that one's loose. I'm gonna try it again with this side. Get some more. There we go. Let's see if that'll help. Get it nice and loose. Oh yeah. Is that moving? Yep. Boom. Boom. All right. 3 more calves. What'd I roll? There we go. Clean that up. Keep it going. Keep it going. And the nice thing is, yeah, once we're almost there here. Again, we really just have this section left to need to do. Then we just go right along and solder them all in. Okay, what do we got? What do we take out? 1,500. I actually think it might be these ones. Yeah, it is. Yeah, because then we have 1, 2, 3. These are hundreds? Yeah. So 1, 2, 3. Maybe not even need the 4th one. 1, 2, 3. And then, oh, this must be. Oop. This must be this guy. Yep. Just looking at that. 3,300. Yep. Okay, cool. Yeah, we are almost there. Is that 15? Yeah, that's you are 1,500. Nice. So let's get these in there. This might be troublesome though. These legs might be thicker. No, they look like it's good. Never mind. Looking good. Probably bit of solder in there. Let's see. Yeah. No, it actually comes with the DFO. Yep, dual frequency oscillators built in to the PS1 digital. So you can play 60 hertz, which is really nice. It is a selling feature. It's a good selling feature, to be honest. But I know, actually, I'm not gonna lie. I love the PAL PlayStation cases. They must be a pain to replace though, but they're like so cool. We just had like CD jewel cases. Yep. Let's turn this up a bit. You guys had like, they were like legit boxed jewel cases almost. Those things are cool. I like those. They're thicker though. They're thicker, but I like it. I think it's cool. Yeah, DFO's built in, man. It's a great thing for you. That's why, in all honesty, when again, it must have been 8-bit mods there when they were selling them. You know, people from the U.S. are probably buying it too, because at the end of the day, if you have a DFO and a PAL system, it doesn't really matter. Still play 60 hertz. You know, built in, baby. Pretty sure it says that in there on the website on Black Dog Tech. If you want to double check, but yeah, I've utilized it. It's good. It's seamless. You don't really know it's, you know, it just kind of, it senses it like the game you're loading up. Yeah, works awesome. Yeah, that it's a good selling point for someone across the pond. Oh, without? Oh, no, it's definitely built in too. So unless maybe he's kind of advertising or she's advertising, that like he or she'll still put it in, if you're not buying a PS1 digital. But yeah, otherwise it's built into the PS1 digital. You do not need it. I might clean that out. It sounded like it's a little rough. Let me see. I am 100% positive it is built in. No. Like I said, it's a Black Dog Tech. We'll have it up. Let's see. Black Dog Tech. Console video upgrades. Oh, they released a new firmware for the DC Digital today. Let's do... see. Okay, here it is. By default, the PS1 digital board is set up for DFO. If you would not like DFO support, then if you are unsure, then skip this. Yeah, so it's set up for DFO. Oh, so maybe the DFO is not on the board. I say I've done it before, but I did it with let's see. By default, the PS1 digital board is set up for DFO. Pretty sure it's built into the board. Let's see. What does 8-bit mod say? Because I'm pretty sure it ran at 50 hertz. When it was one of the what the heck was it? It was like one of the Jesse James gun games or whatever it was. Let's see. Modded consoles, Sony, PS1 Ultimate. Yeah, there it is. On the PS1 digital, it also incorporates a dual frequency oscillator for perfect 50 to 60 hertz timings. So if you look on the 8-bit mod site, he says it a little bit more clear. But yeah, so it does. Like I said, I've used it before. Like I said, it was that Jesse James Gunfighter game, I think it was called, or something. And it was like, I know it was like running at 50 hertz. But yeah, so it is there. It is in there. It is a thing. It is real. Told you I was 100% sure, but I had to double check. Just to make sure. Didn't want to steer in the wrong direction, but... So it's a great mod. Just a little pricey for some. Totally understandable, though. Especially for what you're getting. I know there are some systems I really hope they make a digital edition, digital mod for. I think probably my most like wanted mod for a digital that doesn't already have one. I got to think logistically though too, if like one that doesn't need one or can't do one. I would say PS2 right now is still the one that I think really needs one. Again, 480i is just the worst. 260. Yeah, I saw that when I just went to it, and I was like, ooh. I mean, the X Station isn't, well, the lifting the pins sucks in the X Station, but the, you know, overall, the putting on the QSB is not bad. The quick SATA board. But I do recommend the the X Station or the mode. Again, you already said you had the mode, but they're very similar installs. Like I said, the mode it's like one less pin you have to lift, and one less solder joint. I think 2 you have to do. But in the end, there's a lot more there's more modification to like the case. Like you have to cut a peg off the top of the case, your lid, and there's also, like I said, I had to take off the expansion plastic port in order to get it to close. Other than that, they're very similar in like performance and compatibility I've seen so far. I will say the nice thing about having a PS1 digital though too is with the X Station and the mode, you can actually like simulate the lid opening and closing. You do have to. I did a video on it. You do have to go into the web commands, and you have to use command prompt in Windows to download the config file, change it, and upload it back to the PS1 digital. But yeah, it's great. Just go to the OSD, hit circle, and switch your discs. Don't even have to get up and click the lid. And I'm sure 8-bit mods, they probably do that for you already, which is good. Because all it does is it basically takes 2 points that are normally for the PSNI mod chip that's on there, and just makes it so it does that instead. Changes the function. Boop. Pop that one off. my other one. And then last one's right there. Yeah, at this point, the X-Station modes are the best ODEs, for sure, for the PlayStation, compatibility-wise. But I have 3 PlayStations right now. 4, actually. I have 4 PlayStations. One with a mode, one with the X-Station, one with the SIO, and it still has the original disk drive, and one that I have completely stock. That's a 1000 model. Yeah, and the SIO is, you know, it is still decent. It's just, it's definitely not as good as the X-Station and the mode, but also at the same time, it's a lot easier to put in. And if you want to have at least one PlayStation with, you know, the original disk drive, or, you know, if you want the original disk drive and you want the, what you call it there, the opportunity to load up games, then it's not a bad choice. It's really not. And what I like is, you know, like I said, the PSNe mod chip is built into the PS1 Digital. So with the PS1 Digital, I know my SIO one has, you know, original disk drive, works great, a SIO and a PS1 Digital. So with the PSNe in there, so I have a mod chip too, so any games that don't work on the SIO very well, I just go ahead and, you know, make a backup of it. And that's what I used to do forever. And then the X-Station came out, and then the mode came out. But yeah, SIO, if you can get it cheap too, it's not a bad option. And you can always, there's a, you know, an upgrade path. The mode and the X-Station both work with the SIO, so you can always just later on just install a mode or anything that you want. So not a bad idea if you kind of just, it's easy, it's an easier install too. The switchboard's easy to install. Yeah, exactly. No, I agree, and that's why my main one that's hooked up right now is PS1 Digital and mode. Because again, I have a 1 terabyte SSD in there, which still doesn't even take up the whole PlayStation library. I should have gone for a 2 terabyte, but you know, maybe down the road. And yeah, I could just play whatever I want for the most part when I want. So it is the better one. I agree. Again, when you compare the X-Station, like if you were to buy a, you know, honestly, it's kind of crazy to think, but if you were to actually like buy a 1 terabyte micro SD card, they're kind of pricey now. I bought one for the GC loader, and it was a good investment for that. But I mean, why buy it for the PlayStation when the mode there you can buy a 1 terabyte SSD for under 100? I think it was like 100, or it might have been 110. It was like one of the sales. But it's just so nice, just load it up and go. Oh my gosh, it's so nice. All right, so. Yeah, I think, you did the right thing, put an SSD in, because again, it's, you know, PlayStation wasn't meant to like handle the heat of a hard drive, so SSD is gonna run a little cooler, and that's the reason to put an SSD in, not for speed, obviously. It's not gonna do much. All right, this yellow one, the Nichicon, is actually, looks like it's in good shape, but obviously we're here. We're going to replace that super clock capacitor. Now again, this super clock capacitor, and I think this is well known at this point. It's one of the first things you want to do when you get an original Xbox. Open it up, take it out. Unless you have one of the gold ones like this one, because it's not that bad. But because we're doing all the other things here, we might as well just take it out and replace it. Or not. Again, once you, you know, have everything like soft modded and hard modded, or what have you, on an original Xbox, then you really don't even need it. Really, in a stock one, you don't need it either. All it does is you have to, you know, adjust the time every time you start it up, but yeah, or just skip right through it. But hey, if you own a Sega Saturn, you're already used to that, since the battery lasts like a day. Or even the Dreamcast, same difference in some cases. Dreamcast lasts a little longer, but yeah, for sure, go for the 2 TB. I wish I kind of did, but and I could take out a 2 TB from like my PS4, but it's like, you know, for me, the 1 TB right now is pretty good. Again, that fits the US library. Not so much for the imports, unfortunately. Yeah, you see, as I take out that yellow Nichicon, and this just kind of shows you. Again, you may have seen an older board that the cap did leak, and it looks kind of like almost like dull, almost like the solder joints look dull, and it's like the stuff is all over the board. You know, this is fine. See, this cap is actually fine. But again, we're going to replace it since it's there. And the reason why is because the yellow ones are a Nichicon, so they're actually really good quality. So that's why this one wasn't replaced. I had opened it up before, and I was like, yeah, it's a Nichicon. I'll replace it when I replace everything else, I guess. So, other than that, it's good. Yeah, definitely go for a 2 TB though. Especially if you're into imports, for sure. But yeah, I do think the mode's the way to go. I do hate the plastic shield, but that'll be fixed. People will 3D print something. But the plastic shield is just, it feels kind of cheap. But I mean, there was no other option they could do, because at the end of the day, like, you're not just gonna put the mode on top of the motherboard. It's ridiculous. So it was all they could do. So I respect that. But yeah, I'm sure 3D print's gonna come along before you know it. And it's, you know, probably gonna, you know, work really well. Also, if you do the mode and the PS1 digital, I don't know if you do get one from 8-Bit Mods, I'm sure they'll do it. Otherwise, if you have someone else do it, you know, just kind of make sure they put a heatsink on the FPGA, the Intel Cyclone 10 chip on the PS1 digital, because the PS1 digital uses the metal shield as a heatsink for the Cyclone 10 chip, and you have to take out the metal shield for the mode. I don't mean the dinky metal shield that's like underneath the more heavy duty metal shield. I mean like the heavy duty metal shield needs to go. So, you know, cheap heatsink. I got for $8, 8 of them on Amazon. Little copper guy. Plop it on top. And although, you know, I will say, I know Citrus 3000 PSI Dan, he said that, you know, it wasn't really needed. It's cheap insurance. Very cheap insurance. But I'm sure, like, if you bought it pre-built, and your modder would do it as well, so. Gotta protect our investments. Is it loose? Oh, okay, it is loose. This side, though, is being troublesome. Oof, okay. Gone. There we go. This paperboard, I gotta peel that back. Last but not least, the last one to desolder on the motherboard. And there you go. Double check, they're all the same. 20, okay, no, 100, 100, 100 microfarad, and 100 microfarad. Cool. And that should be the last 4 we have in here. Yes, it is. Look at this. A once full bag is now empty. Honestly, this probably didn't need a recap. You know, I mean, again, it's not going to hurt a thing. But yeah, I mean, from what I've seen here, everything has, you know, nothing's leaked. Now, that doesn't mean too much, right? You could still have capacitors that were dried out. That's common. But yeah, overall, though, this was a pretty good shape. Again, not all Xboxes are like this. But it's nice when they are. There we go. Alrighty, let's start to solder them in then. So the reason why we folded over all the legs is they all stayed in place, which was great. And on top of that, now it tells me, okay, which ones do we need to solder in? Now I didn't solder any in yet, so all of them. But nevertheless, it kind of helps out quite a bit. Because now I'm just on one side of the board and I can buzz through it. Boom. So, which is really nice. So yeah, again, when I go ahead and do these, now I gotta move it awkwardly so you can see. There we go. You know, first obviously, now you want to use flux. So flex it up. Then take one leg, make sure the cap is still flush against the board, because you know, gravity. And there you go, just melt that solder. I'm at like 330 right about now. And just melt that solder around. I do lift up a little bit on the leg too, but just obviously be careful. I'm actually gonna, because that's a ground plane. A little bit more solder. Flux rather. There you go. Make sure you heat that pad nice, that it gets down to the pad. There you go. Nice. Lift up that other leg. If you think you need more flux, go for it. Make sure it's flush to the board. And there you go. And then you trim it down. So you take your flat cutters that normally are nice and handy. Oh no. I must have used my flat cutters for something else. I always use my flat cutters for random stuff. Might be on the other side of the table. Anywho, essentially, using flat cutters, then you can go ahead and snip those right down. Ah, man, I bet you it is on the other side of the table. Hold on, hold on. Hey! Alrighty. Take some flat cutters, and you just boop, boop. There you go. And you could leave it like that. However, I'm not gonna lie, I like to just run the heat over it just one more time so it makes more of a cone where it cuts off. It's for aesthetics that no one will see. There you go. Take some ISO. And there you go. And that cap's in there. It's good. You can give it a little bit of a wiggle. Make sure it's nice and straight. And that it's flat to the bottom of the board. And man, you just do that a whole bunch more times. So there you go. I am going to solder them all in to cut them all afterwards. Again, it goes faster when you're not on stream. So you don't have to, move the board as much. So obviously I want to make sure you get a good angle, you can see it. But when you're just doing it under good light, you just, go to town. There we go, nice and flat. There we go. Let's see, it moved. I did that. There we go. A little bit of a quick clean. And just double check it's all down there. Good. So nice and flat. Keep it going. Just keep on going. Hold that one leg there. Pull that up. Again, that helps hold it in place. There you go. And just kind of make sure you hold it flush up against the board. So there you go. And then, hopefully, they're nice and straight. Ah, look at that. They are. See? Nice and straight right there. You can sort of see here too. Nice and straight. Especially the big chungus there. So, yeah. And that's what you do. Just keep on keeping on. And if you feel it's not flat, again, you can still just heat it up and push it through more from the top of the board to the bottom. Because it can, you know, things can move. Yeah. Yeah, this is a good way to keep it, you know, keep those caps in line. Just have that one folded over. There you go, it almost like tacks it in place a little bit. Yeah, it's a good way to put it, like tacks it in place. That's why it dropped in temp on me. I'm doing a ground right here. So that's why. I'm on to you. I'm on to you, ground plane. There we go. You know, it's no wonder they have machines do this in the factory, right? That's what it is, just mindless. You do one through hole capacitor, you've essentially almost, for the most part, done them all. Like I said, when we go back and we cut them all, I'm gonna hit them real quick with the iron, so it'll like help flow it down, as well as it'll make it into like a nice cone. So. And, you know, it'll essentially clean up all the joints here a little bit more even. Which is good. Go. Clean up our iron. Just keep on going. Keep on going. That's what we do. That's what you do. That's how you do it. I don't know how many caps are on a original Xbox, but so there's a good amount. I will say it's not near some of the other consoles. You know, Sega CD 2 has a lot. There we go. That has a lot. Oh, what? JVC XI, that has a lot too. So it definitely isn't like just so bad, but yeah. Gets to you after a while, you know. You're like, oh, how many more do you have? And you look and you're like, a ton. I'm gonna need to get a new tip soon too. This tip's starting to get like so dirty that it's getting harder and harder to clean even. Oh, I didn't put that one up. That's okay. Easy fix. Actually gonna have to fill up my flux soon too. Oh, that went through. Yeah, sometimes pulling up in the leg works well. Just gotta be careful if it gets too hot. But yeah, we can push from the top of the board, or both. As you get towards the middle of the board, it's easier to just pull up. But you gotta be careful. Yeah, I'm running low on that flux. I have a huge bottle of it, so I am not at all concerned. Again, I use MG Chemicals Kester No Clean, so I just like to put it in a little bottle. It's easy to handle. There we go. See, zipping right along. Zipping right along there. Alright. A few more. Like I said, we go back over them. So, like I said, the way it works now, at least in my method, is they're all soldered in, right? Turn over the board. They look pretty straight. Yeah, they look really good for now. Maybe this one could be a little bit more. But we are going to be heating them up again. To go ahead and we're going to take off the... Going to clip off these, legs. And then we're just going to go around and, almost redo a little bit of the solder here. So clip them off. Alright, and when you do, like I said, you see this, it's like, I mean, it looks like it's been clipped off. So, you just heat it up, and there you go. See, just 2 seconds, and it kind of, it cleans up the joint, and, just check, make sure it's still, soldered to the pad. You're good. You're not adding any more solder. You're just kind of cleaning it up a bit. Now you can, cut it and then solder it in, but again, when you do, it's really hard to keep them in place. And then we're going to take a brush and go over everything. Yep, the full recap, you got it. We're at the last part of the Mobo, and then we just have the power supply. Yeah, like I said, the Xbox has a good amount of caps. Nothing too crazy, not like Sega CD Model 2 level crazy. But yeah, takes a bit. Takes a bit. Patience is key. So now that we've gone ahead, we've done that side of the board. Take some ISO, just get all that flux off, and you'll see all that residue, that flux residue, come right up, and then just kind of soak it all up. But yeah, so we're almost done now. No, this is a Xbox, original Xbox 1.4 Mobo. You can usually tell by the heat sinks, but obviously I'm working on the other side of the board. But yeah, yeah. PS1s, they're going to be, I've done those before. They're going to be surface mounts, so they're going to be not through holes like this. So I prefer through holes personally, but yeah. Nevertheless, Sony apparently didn't, so gotta go with what they want. And again, the Xbox has both. Yeah, Xbox here has both. Has the whatchamacallit there, SMDs, and the through holes. Yeah, so you get a little bit of everything. The original Xbox get a little bit of everything. There we go. So very methodic. I don't know if you've noticed. Very methodic. That way you don't really miss anything. There we go. There we go. Peel this back. Solder this one in. Just a little bit, because I don't want to, it's going to be adhesive. The flux. Yep, I don't want it to flow underneath that black pad. All it does is just like cushioning essentially between the metal and the board. That's all that is. Okay, man. There we go. There we go. Come on. There we go. But yeah, patience is a virtue. At least with recapping it is. Alright, back to our regularly scheduled. Oh, that's fine. Oh, cool. Hey, thanks for joining. I just happened to see you streaming. Thanks for joining. Yeah, that mode is still there. That video is still there. It is like surgery. Except I'm sure doctors would disagree and say it's nothing like surgery. But you get the lights, you know, like it's surgery. Got to be delicate like it's surgery. One wrong move and it's dead. Okay, that makes it sound way more serious than it is. See, again, just hitting up that cut. You can always tell when you cut them, so that's why if you just hit it real quick with the iron, it makes it that like nice cone. Make sure that it's flowing nice to the pad. Boom. It's actually really like cool actually to see what happen in real time. It's just like you can see clearly. It's like, you know, like cut, but then you just do that. Boop, now it's a cone. Now it's a cone. There you go. Beautiful program. Do you think, brother? Yo, yes. Yes, I will do my thing. I will do my thing. Absolutely. Oh, this is to play some, you know, Simpsons Road Rage, right? That game, I keep bringing it up. It's so good. Such a good game. So underrated. Road Rage and Hit and Run. Two good ones. Yeah, that's what I strive for. Like, you know, that like in some of my videos you can see, you know, big top, you know, overview, and then, you know, microscope as well, so you can get deep in there, and then human face, so you know, you can see me. And again, for like a job like this, you don't need a microscope, but you know, it kind of goes in deep so you guys can see. Even the PS1 digital, when I install it, I actually don't use the microscope, and you can see when on the one that I installed, I like never look at it. But then when I go back and check, I check with the microscope. When I go back with the multimeter, and you know, it doesn't, you know, if you need to use a microscope, then that's fine. That's why they make them. I used to use an optical one to check, but then when I started streaming, I was just like, oh, I'll just put the one that goes with the computer, and I'll just look at it just when I need to, if I need to. GameCube, Xbox, yeah, they were great visuals. They were fantastic visuals. They still hold up. I think they still hold up. But I also like, you play them when they're new. You can look past it. Especially original Xbox. It's very surprising what you can get out of this thing. Especially, does 480p to begin with, which is great. Which the GameCube did too. Just Xbox, like most games are 480p. GameCube, some games are 480p. A good amount though. PS2 is like you found a unicorn. It runs at 480p. Which is why the PS2 still looks not great today. Visually, when you put it up on like a modern screen, because all that 480i, which, man, God, 480i, man, ugh. It's such a pain. I dislike it. Hey, maybe really just act like for the OG. Oh, nice, dude. The OG this thing's awesome. The original Xbox is awesome. So if you're just joining us here, so this one's pretty modded up. PS2 is awesome. Yeah, exactly. I agree. The games are awesome. The system is great. It's just unfortunately that 480i. Oh. Which actually, what I found is the best solution to it, if you want to play on a modern display, is the motion adaptive deinterlacing the GBS control does. Which, if you want to check it out, I get that on my channel too. But yeah, that does a really good job with PS2 games, and it's with the motion adaptive deinterlacing. The 480p looks great. Well, the 480i looks great to 480p, or you can do it to 960p or 1080p. The other thing is that there's no dropout when it switches, if it switches resolution with the motion adaptive deinterlacer that it does. And on top of that, even better is the fact that it uses component in, so you just use component cables, and it really does clean it up. None of that bob deinterlacing flicker that you get. So yeah, the GBS, there's one system that really benefits from it. It's the PS2. Yeah, I love the PS2. Yeah, so if you're just joining us, this thing's pretty modded. I've got 2 terabyte hard drive in here, which eventually one day I'll go SSD, but I've had this thing modded for years. It's actually got Wi-Fi as well, which is really nice to have. And it has the 128 megabytes of RAM, so it's got double the amount of RAM. So you can run Some games, you know, they'll run at a higher resolution. So some 480p games with patches will actually run at 720p with more RAM like this. And then you also can play games that you can't play, like Homebrew, like Half-Life runs really well on here with that, as well as you can do the Virtual Cop 3 that was only in the arcade for the Chihiro, I believe it's pronounced, which is essentially an Xbox with more RAM and stuff. You can run some of those games as well. So yeah. Oh, thank you. Thought you had a modded something, just didn't look at the thumbnail. Oh, okay. Yeah. So thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You like the channel. Yeah, I'm not looking to make it YouTube famous or anything, but you know, some of the things when I do stuff, it's like, you know, I see there's nothing out there for it, like the X-Station end mode, how to activate the disk lid there, and there's like nothing for it out there. So I do it, and I'm like, oh, well, maybe I'll just like make a quick video about it. Or like the GBS control, I did that a while ago. So I was like, oh, no one's really made a video about it. And then Bob made a video, which was good. And then he linked my video, which was really cool. RetroRGB linked my video and his video. Yeah, I've met Bob a few times. He's fantastic. He's a good guy. He's currently borrowing my CDI light gun, as he's got a stream coming up. Stay tuned. Where he's going to use it. So yeah. But yeah, straight up, Bob, met him a few times. He's honestly a stand-up guy. He's as real as they come. He's as real as they come. What you see is what you get with him. There is no persona, just his great personality. You know, maybe. And if I don't, you know, honestly, just do it as a hobby. You know, the YouTube thing is just a hobby. You know, I have everything, I have all the tools to do it. It really started because I was doing installs for people, and people started to ask, they were like, oh, like, could you stream the install for me? Can I see it? Like, I was like, yeah, sure, yeah, that's fine. And then I was just like, well, it's easier if I just do it to YouTube, and you just go to the YouTube. So, and then I was just like, oh, well, I could just stream too. And then I was like, oh, I could do like stream games too. So I streamed a couple games. That's what I really did a lot of, was just streaming like some games at first. So I was like, nobody's gonna really want to see modding. But then people did. So. But yeah, don't worry, you're not going to see, you know, this stream sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. You're not going to see that anytime soon, don't worry. It's such a meme now. Raid Shadow Legends. Which it might be fun, I don't know, never played it. Great to catch your stream. Oh yeah, absolutely. Hey, anytime, Cobra, anytime. Take it easy, stay safe. Yeah, same. Hope to catch your stream again soon. Yeah, come by anytime. I know if it's like 7 o'clock here, it's got to be pretty late over there, man. This is knowledge. Good for you, Mass. Aw, thank you, man. Thank you. But yeah, we're almost done. We're almost done with the Mobo. Then we get the power supply, and we put it back together. Thank you for joining me, Cobra. You stay safe as well. Hope I catch you next time. Hope you catch me next time. I hope, unless you do some streaming, I'd love to check it out. There we go. Alrighty. Methodical. That's what it is. Methodical. That's what I am. I'm gonna say I know I had. So one more. It's the last one I gotta clip. I think it is. Let me move on to much smaller board. Nice. All right, we're good. A little bit of ice, a purple alcohol never hurt nobody. That's what you could do. A little, you know, a little alcohol never hurt nobody. A little bit for the board, a little bit for me. You know. There we go. Get that flex out of here. Served us well. Oh, we do have one more. We have one more right there. Got a clip down. Sound effects needed. Bam. Let's clean her up. Just want to see, yeah, seems like that's it. Seems like we are good to go to that power supply and then be done. These look a little long though. I'm gonna trim these down a bit. Boom. Method Man. Oh, man, I wish I was Method Man. I would be very, I would have, you know, someone would do this for me. Not like I said, I love doing this stuff. But still, I'd be rich. It'd be nice. And I heard Dr. Dre got sick. I was like saddened by that, but he's doing better, I heard, which is good. Need Dr. Dre in the world. Look at that. So now I'm taking a look. The caps. We're looking good. So many caps. Bill Gates, you did this to us. You did this to me, Bill Gates. You did this. That's the other thing too. Like, it's not even Bill Gates isn't the richest guy in the world anymore. Jeff Bezos was, and now he's not the richest guy anymore. Now Elon Musk is the richest guy in the world living. Whew. Yeah. His wife is making him sick. Yeah, you know, yeah. It's... There you go. Sad. Yeah, hey, $194, $194 billion later. Hey, you know, I'm sure he'll make it. Look at this thing. Look at this Chungus thing. Look at this thing. Man, these caps are unreal on this power supply. So these power supplies, if you ever do an Xbox, the caps for the motherboard are actually pretty standard. Version 1 and 1.1 have a few different caps than versions 1.2 to 1.5, and I think 1.6 has all different caps. Right, so that's like 3 different versions. There's so many different power supplies of the original Xbox. You have to look at what it is. So here we go. We got ours is a Delta here, and then you have to look up here if it's a Delta. So even if it's Delta, it doesn't mean that you're out of the woods. You have to make sure, you have to look at this and match this up. So again, if you go to console 5, you just see, oh yeah, look at that. DPSN 96BP. Boom, we're good. But there's other ones like Fox, what is it? Fox Power Supply? Fox Link? I think it's Fox Link. It's like so many different ones. So you really do have to pay attention when you do these. But yeah. Also, all this white gunk, if you look, you're probably going to see it better on the, look at all this white gunk that they put on the factory. Absolutely hate it. I saved the best for last. Let's put it that way. Sad. Yeah. Yeah. How much am I up to? Alright, we'll see if 380 will melt this huge thing right here. Now, the one thing with the original Xbox is the power supply is actually something you should recap. It's actually not, you know, it needs to be recapped. And you can usually see this like interference in the picture and stuff. So we're gonna introduce some fresh solder to this solder that is probably from 2003, maybe 2002. It's a 1.4, so there we go. Get it all flowing in there. And then, while it's still pretty hot, let's get this over it. Might even have to turn up the desoldering gun. I think I do. Huge cap. I don't know. Still not melting. Yeah, there isn't a better power supply. The original Xbox, the original power supply is probably the best. There we go. Oh, that was satisfying. You know, with the soldering iron as well. Ooh, man. It's probably not out yet. No, it's not. Let's see. Just gotta hold this heat here. Yeah, the power supply is the worst part, so you came right at the best time. Put a little bit more fresh solder. Again, with this Chungus cap, it takes a while. There we go. Thanks, I appreciate it. You know, it's those encouraging words I need at a time like this. Nice and molten. There we go. Come on. Yep. Did we get? Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. That one's out. Yep, it's out. The white stuff. That sounded bad. It's the white stuff that's keeping it in place. That adhesive. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know if it was leaking. Well, it's Rubicon, so Rubicon's not bad. It's not the best. That goes to Nichicon, but let's just get some of this stuff off. Microsoft. Why? It wasn't gonna go anywhere. It's soldered in place. The Rock did not advertise this when he introduced the Xbox. He did not advertise this. I've been dealing with this 16 years later. He did not advertise this. So this one doesn't even have legs, so I'm just soldering it right in. Again, 470 microfarad, 250 volts. Oh, look, the new one's actually shorter. Look at this. Put it up next to each other. See that? Yeah, a little bit. New one's a little shorter. But it's fine. That doesn't matter. Alright. So it was the negative, where's the stripe? That way. Negative this way. Come on, push it down in place. It's a very tight fit with this thing. There we go. Whew. Very tight fit. Don't even have to hold it. That's how tight of a fit it is. We'll post this. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I actually that's what I usually do is I just have it save. Yeah, it's only like if something happens like that, it's like horrible quality, like something like the audio was off or something, then sometimes I'll like cut it out and redo it, but like edit it and post it back up. But yeah, just know it takes YouTube forever to post this, so it'll probably be posted in like a day. Look at that flow. There we go. That's what you gotta do with this. Just heat it up and you just keep feeding it solder. Just keep feeding it solder. So it goes all around the plate there, just like that. Oh, I thought you could see that one. Oh, it's okay. There you go. Bada bing. Chungus is in place. Alright, no problem. Yeah, at the beginning, I think actually, yeah, I had it already torn apart. So you won't see that. You won't see the disassembly. But yeah, I started right from the SMD caps. That's what I did first. Surface mount caps, because again, the original Xbox has surface mount caps and through hole caps as well. So I did the surface mounts first, and then yeah, went to town. But no problem. Tycon. Well, that's an interesting name for a capacitor. I've never heard of a Tycon before. What is this one anyway? 47 microfarad? Yeah, it's more standard. Chunks. Make sure. Is there only one in the kit? Yeah, probably. Yeah. There we go. Let's get that bad boy out. That's our next one, our next victim. Cover it with so much white. Oh my gosh. See if I can pick some away. Again, I think even with ice purple alcohol, it's not gonna. It may help lift it up, but kind of soak it a bit. Get in there. See if that helps. Just gotta be careful. I don't want to take the X-Acto knife, but yay. I do want to see from the other side of the board where it goes down. Yeah, it looks like it's those 2 points. Let's see. Yeah, Cobra's a good dude. It's a good dude. You're a good dude too. Or girl, I don't know. An I can never say that word, by the way. Apocalyptic. There it is. Apocalyptic minister. Could be male or female. I don't know. Just melting some of this white out of the way. I will say, I am ready to retire this tip probably after tonight, so kinda don't care. At this point, I think it's actually looking like where it goes down. This cannot be healthy. I'm gonna have my fan on, but this cannot be healthy. Yo, it's still hard to even see which ones this comes from. I'm gonna see if this is one of them. These Tycon cap. Yes, alright, that is one of them. Alright. I'm assuming the other one's right there then. All this freaking white stuff. Oh, look at it. Oh. Why? Why? I can't even tell if it's been leaking. I can't even tell. Can't even tell. All this white gunk. Because I like to look and see if it's like, oh, can I see? Has there been any residue with all this white adhesive? It's hard to see. This isn't from the cap or anything. You know, it's from good old Microsoft, but I like to see sometimes and just see like, hey, how is it? Like, did it leak? You know, how bad is it on the board? If it did, things like that. Okay, well, it doesn't look like it leaked. There we go. Hey. Still doesn't mean it's not like dried up or something. But, ugh. I hate this stuff. Alright, what do we got? 47 microfarad. 47 microfarad. Boop. Send all these dead caps to you, Bill Gates. And all this white stuff, too. You did this to me. Get a nice bend in there. So I'm saying that, yeah, I know. It's just, God, it's so, oh, like, then you look at like this. Like, look at this. Look at this. What, how, why? Like, it even bent the capacitors out. Because they just were like, right in there. And it just bent the capacitors out. Hey. Oh, man. Oh, well. Could be worse. Alright, what do we got for ratings. These both, yeah, both are 100 microfarads. Fantastic. Oh my god. It's just crazy how much they put on too. Just loaded it up. There you go. There we go. Oh man. Yeah, ooh. There's another one. Alright, let's see. How are we doing here? Okay. Okay. I mean, it didn't seem like they, considering they're, again... Oh, this one is, this one's LTEC. LTEC, that's reliable. So I've already got there's 3 different makers of capacitors in this one power supply so far. Actually, that's even funnier, look at this. So these are the ones that are next to each other, right? So same, you know, this is 100 microfarad. This is 100 microfarad, right? 25 volts, 25 volts. Okay, so same type of capacitor, right? Next to each other on the board. Guess what? 2 different brand names. You got Tycon, you know, must be good, and LTEC. 2 names I've not heard of in my life. I hope they're doing well. Hope they're both very successful businesses. Yeah, it does look bad. Like, they even look cheap. I wouldn't be surprised if it dried out. It doesn't look like it leaked, but I wouldn't be surprised if it dried out. But again, you know, and I always say this, and it stinks for us in the retro community here, but like the reality is, they don't build these systems to last that long. And it's, you know, and the best proof that just came out is the PS5, you know, how they have the memory. You know, the memory soldered to the board. That can't be replaced. And we don't know if, like, you can boot the OS from the M.2 drive yet. So once that memory goes, I mean, you're going to have to, like, replace the memory modules. You know, the eMMC memory that's probably in there. And yet, you know, that could go 10 years, 30 years down the line. But they don't care. The warranty's already served. They'll be on PS6, PS7 by then. But for us that like does restorations, it's like, ugh, why'd you put in cheap capacitors? Why did you solder it? Why did you solder the, you know, the memory to the board? It's like questions like that. It's like, oh. But that's why, because to them it's very finite. And I get it too, you know. You run a business model. Yeah. I know. Because, I mean, you think about, you know, and obviously, hopefully, the onboard memory is more reliable than a hard drive. But you think about how many times a hard drive is corrupted on a PS3 or a PS4. And it's actually quite a bit. You know, it happens. But again, in that case, you just replace the hard drive. Re-download the software, the firmware, you know, on a USB, and there you go. Put it in recovery mode, you're good to go. You're not going to be able to do that anymore. At least we don't know. I mean, once the M.2 comes, you know, update comes down the line, you can actually use that. Who knows? Maybe you can install the OS on the M.2 drive. But again, I kind of seriously doubt it. It probably can only be on the OS can probably only be on the internal memory, and that's gonna stink. Because if that goes, that system might be junk. Cash, exactly. It's true. It's true. Just like the car companies, you're absolutely right. Again, if it's cheaper for them especially. Again, you think, why would they care? You know? Ooh. I'll double check that. That one might have had a little bit of a leakage. Which honestly, on a board like this isn't a big deal. Easy, but obviously, for performance-wise, it's a big deal. There we go. It's loose, but stuck in there. Oh, it's the white stuff. That's why it's not moving anywhere. At least if I can separate it from the coil. Actually, is this one? Oh, no, because they're stuck together too. Two caps come out at once. Well, it's a good thing I desoldered them both. It does look like they might have leaked. You can sort of see it. See how it has that yellowish on the board there. So it does look like this, you know, they might have leaked. Yeah, actually, you can see it on the cap too. So you can see where it's kind of definitely discolored. Even around here, you know, it almost looks like, you know, yeah, it did. The electrolytic caps have a smell. This is inspiration. Yes. I try. I like to think I know what I'm doing. If I can even get it in there. Might be using no, I got it in there enough. Might be using a Q-tip. One of the rags in there too. Yeah, I've been doing this for years. I used to do PlayStation 1 mod chips, then I did PS2 mod chips. Doing it for not just years, decades. And then now it's, you know, whatever comes my way. Man, look at this. It did. Leaked. That's okay. That's why we recap. And so that's why I always say, like, the Xbox itself, the main board, yeah. As we saw, this one didn't really need a recap. You know, obviously it's not gonna hurt a thing, but it's the power supply. Whew. This one needed a recap, and they usually do. That's what causes interference. Have you ever seen interference on original Xbox? It has to do with the power supply. You'll see it's like diagonal lines that go up the screen, and that's when you know you should really replace it. You know, recap it, I should say. And, you know, sometimes it's a result of the scaler, too. But, you know, if you're using like a cheap scaler, like a pound cable, which I do not recommend at all. But at the same time, it's, you know, odds are it's these guys, the caps. Where'd that double cap go? I think that's hilarious. I didn't want to say it, but some of the white stuff got on my my pants. It's not me. They did this. Let's see. 1,000 microfarad. That's got to be this guy in here, right? Hey, yeah, it is. Cool. So I'm going to take that out now so I have more space to get in there and clean. Let's re-wet these joints. Oof, I'm getting hungry. What time is it? Ooh, 7:31. Wow. Time flies when you're having a blast. Like I said, I do love this stuff. I love doing this. Let's get that. Boom. And you'll notice that's how I do it. I hold it and then have the gun underneath. The reason why is because then, you know, yes, it looks better on stream to like do it like this. But again, its gravity helps it get sucked in, so the vacuum doesn't have to work as hard. So, yeah. Most times it's like more effective. But yeah, so pro tip, especially if you're not doing it on the stream, doesn't matter. You know, I know it doesn't look as good, but there you go. As you can see, this one didn't leak. This one was fine. See, this one looks like the one that I cleaned next to it, so it's good. So it was those, you know, Tycon, amazing quality caps that leaked. I wish I was surprised. Again, there's no traces on this side of the board, so it doesn't matter. But it can, you know, go to the other side of the board, where again, there are traces. So something to be, you know, wary of. All right, what was it? 2200 microfarad here, and the 100. You're eating it. You know what? Enjoy. Hopefully, it's delicious. So we only got 3 caps anyway before we start soldering them in place. Are they all the same too? These two are. Okay, so we got 2 10 microfarads. Which the last 3, 1, 2, 3 are right there, I bet. These little tiny guys. 0.22 microfarad. 0.22. Alrighty, let's get that little guy out. Oh, it's up there, yeah. Oh, looks good. I mean, with a 0.22 microfarad cap, I mean, it could leak, but I don't think it was gonna leak. And it looks fine. It looks good. .22. So small. Okay, we got 2 left. Boom, boom, right there. Just want to double check that they are indeed 10 microfarad. Microfarad, cool. All right, let's get these out. Yep, so there they are. So yeah, I'm using 6040 solder for this. It honestly works well. Went to Vintage Exchange with my brother and bought 3 NES games. Ooh, what games? Okay, now I'm curious. Go, get that thing out of there. Okay, 4. The Seventh Saga. Nice. Karate Champ. Oh, I grew up with Karate Champ. It's not good, but it's really like it's so nostalgic for me. I love it. Because again, I have a brother. I have 2 brothers. I'm the middle child, and so it was just me and my older brother at the time. But yeah, we he was always the blue. I was always the pink one. And dude, we used to play that game 4 hours. Now I look back and I'm like, I try to play it and it's like, this game is not great. But you know what? Through rose-colored glasses, through nostalgia, I still love it. Strider. Ooh, Strider's a good one actually. Life Force. Yeah, so you got a good pickup. You got a good pickup right there. That's a good 4 games. So, so what do you got? 50 bucks for the whole thing, for all of them, and were any in boxes or were they all loose? Because with Nintendo games, like if they're loose, it's whatever, it's fine. Doesn't affect it. So when I see a Genesis game loose, I'm like, what did you do with the clamshell, guys? It comes with the case. Although some came with the cardboard box in the Genesis, but still, even then, I kept it in the cardboard box. But yeah, Nintendo, my mom, it's not even me. My mom would just throw away just throw it away, just get this garbage out of here. Loose, yeah. Which I know some people really like to, get the complete in box, and I respect that. If you're a collector, absolutely. But for me, as I'm literally recapping an original Xbox right now, I like to play the original. I like to play the games. So, I don't care if it's loose or not. I'm not gonna put it on a shelf and look at it. Well, I'm gonna put it on a shelf, but I'm not gonna after I play it. But it's not like I'm gonna be like, can you believe I've got the, sealed Super Mario or whatever, So it's like, yeah, I want to play it. That's why I bought it. That's why I was giving my collection. So everyone keeps telling me, and I guess I really should, is I should do like a game room tour, because I've got a lot of systems hooked up at once, but they're all hooked up. So they just, you just plug and play, just turn the power on. So your mom did the same. I know, it's just, what's this trash? I'm like, nowadays I'm like, oh man, so much. And it wasn't until the Super Nintendo that I finally was like, I'm gonna like fold up these boxes and just kind of like stack them. And thank goodness I did. And I have like my, Link to the Past, Chrono Trigger, and all that boxes. But, like I said, I played the games. They're not new. But yeah, so, yeah, my game room, I've got, if you include handhelds, probably have over 50 consoles hooked up. So, different consoles. If you name it, I got it. And it's hooked up. Like an FM Town Smarty. Got it. It's hooked up. Why? Play it like twice a year. A new one. Why do I have it hooked up? Got it hooked up. CDI? Well, I think everybody should have a CDI hooked up. I think that's why, isn't that why we got our stimulus checks? So we can go out and buy a CDI? Sure as I hope so. I'm pretty sure that's what was the stipulation. In America, we got a stimulus check, $600 to get yourself a CDI. Yes, see, there you go. Hey, we're all grown men playing games. Doesn't matter. Games are not for kids. It's so interesting because, Well, I mean, kids can play them too, but they're not just for kids. I mean, it's interesting because when we were younger, it was like, you know, so many of the, you know, video games were like, oh, it's for kids, it's not for adults, and then, it even was like you almost had to be like a closet gamer. Like it wasn't like cool to play video games in certain circles. But like now it's so widely accepted with kids. I mean, everyone plays Minecraft, and it's so widely accepted with adults. I mean, look at some of the biggest blockbuster games. They are not made for kids, you know. So it's actually cool to see how gaming has, as a medium as a whole, has evolved so much to what it really was. Then you look back and you see like the Congress hearings about, the Senate hearings about, Mortal Kombat. And you're like, oh yeah, I remember living through this. Only they could see games now. But yeah, it's true. It's true. It is the apocalypse. Pretty sure. But hey, Nero played his fiddle while Rome was burning. I'm recapping my Xbox. You're at this somewhat. Well, I should probably do it on the microscope so you guys can see. Nah, we'll overcome. Things will get better, I hope. I hope anyway. Let's see. Get some more flux on that. I don't know. I don't think they were soldered together. There we go. These were though. These two were. It's a nice puddle right there. Nice solder puddle. It's my favorite. I tried. And just make that cone. That one's already kind of coned, so that's fine. Let's get some ISO on that. Get some ISO on that wound. It was interesting. I did, with this Xbox, I did see some interference. So I do wonder if this will, it should, in theory, help clean it up, if that's what the issue was. We shall see. About Resident Evil. We need to get prepared. There might be this thing called Nemesis. It might come after us. Well, I guess it would come after you if you were part of STARS. That's when Nemesis would come after you. Mr. X would just come after you, though, from RE2. It is true. Even like when this thing first started, it was very much like nobody knew what to expect. Like everything closed down so fast, and the grocery stores were running out of toilet paper for some reason, and it was just like, it was crazy. But looking back now, it's like, well, can't say we figured it out, but we're in a better spot than we were. Well, that's for sure. I don't have to like worry about if I'm gonna be able to wipe my ass, essentially. See, I think and that's one of the things we see. Not to get too historical, but it's funny you say that. Like our consoles, we're out of the virus. It's when it comes down to it, when we look back in history, we look at the gaming and how gaming blew up during this time. I mean, people I've never talked to about gaming are like into gaming because they're bored. They want to forget about like the state of affairs in the world. So what better escape than gaming, right? So this similar thing has already happened in history during the Great Depression. The Great Depression, we had people that were barely struggling to get by, and one industry was incredibly successful and made bajillions of dollars, and that was the entertainment industry. Because people just wanted to forget about their troubles, go to the movie theater and watch a movie, or buy toys for the kids so I don't have to think about what's going on. And we kind of see a very similar situation now. It's very interesting, but understandable too. Still, yeah, I know. That's the concerning part. It's pretty real. It's pretty real. Speak from experience. Been there. Got that. It's pretty real. Yeah, entertainment. It's like literally the thing that, whenever you have like, really horrible stuff going on in society, it's usually the entertainment industry that explodes and does well. And that's because people just want to forget about what's going on. And it's crazy. Even people think like, people barely can get food on the table during the Great Depression, yet movies flourished so much because people didn't mind paying the nickel to get in the theater to forget about their problems for a little bit, or have their kids forget about the problems for a bit. It's interesting. Same with gaming. At least now, at this point, right now, with all this stuff going on. Because I couldn't believe the price of retro stuff when this thing, right now, like this Xbox, it's like $15 you can get an Xbox for. Now it's, so much more. I'm pretty sure I actually did. I got this Xbox originally $15. But I hope you're safe. That's, it's key that we're all safe. We're all in this together. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe the prices will come down. Maybe they won't. That's what I'm curious about. I mean, we're never going to get to, 2010 prices. But, prices I feel like will come down. Because I think, sometimes, I don't know how psychological it is too, but like, you want to go back to like an easier time, and when you would sit around and play video games, and for some, it was this, like, for example, the Xbox. So, that in a troubled time, a little burst of nostalgia, or if you want to like, you're at home with the kids and you're like, all right, well, hey, let me show you what I played for video games, So you got to think, what's going to happen? Are those consoles, are they going to be put right back on eBay soon? The price is going to come down. We'll see. But in the meantime, I'm just happy to have more people in the retro gaming community. Welcome aboard to all. Because I've been part of this community since the early 2000s, and it's been really lonely for a long time beforehand. Oh man, 1980s. Oh, let's go back. Let's go back. I love the 80s. It's a fantastic time. So good. Even like, you know, I think I'd like to go back and be older to the 80s. I think it'd be dope. Yeah. That's the truth. Preach it. Preach it. We're almost done. We got one last capacitor in this journey. One last capacitor in this journey. Now we cut them, shape them, clean them. We're done. Nice, they look all nice and straight. Nice. Alright. Let's cut them. I'm gonna do these one at a time actually because there's so many points on the back of this board. Shape them. We'll just clean the whole back of the board. And we'll put it back together. At least somewhat back together because you always want to test it before you seal it all the way back up. Like anything, just like when you do a mod, do one mod at a time and then test it. Like if you're doing like a PS1 digital and like an X Station, just do one at a time. Do both and it's harder to find the problem. If there is one. I don't think there will be, but you never know. Man, these points are so close to one another. So close. Yeah. Is it beautiful? Thank you. I appreciate that. As long as it runs, as long as it works. Which it should. There we go. Make it to a nice cone. There we go. Watch what's in my purple. And we are done. Yeah, here you go. Just whoosh. Get all up in there. There you go. We are men at work. We are. That's the hope. Turn back the time. It's like 2003. This is a brand new power supply. That's the hope. Because if this is a 1.4 revision, it probably was around 2002, 2003. If I'm not mistaken. Man. Spreading these Tycon caps. Oh, God. So glad those are off. Nice. There you go. Looks good. I just want to double check some things, obviously. Because like I said, these points are very close to one another. So I want to make sure that they're not touching in any way. So even right here, I'm just like... take out my multimeter and just double check. So close. There's so much going on back here. There we go. Come on. So just double check 2 points that are rather close. Just make sure they're not touching. It was right here. Okay, we're good. Over here. We're good. Cool, okay, they're not touching. And was it over here too? I want to make sure these were good. Okay, pretty sure this is the same trace, to be honest. Yeah, so that's good. We don't need no trouble. Not in these parts. Not in this part of the world, I agree. We don't need no trouble. So it's always good to double check. Always good. Set my desoldering iron back to its usual temp of 365. So when I turn it on next time, I know it's not gonna be crazy. Do a quick clean, which all you gotta do is stick a thing in there and just literally just, that's it. Make sure it goes all the way through. Turn that off. Yeah, I gotta refill that, huh? Oof. There's hardly any left. Let's put an Xbox back together. It's a very interesting Xbox too to put back together. Because like I said, it's got a Wi-Fi mod on it. So that actually has to go in first. Dude, look at all these caps. These dead caps are like all lining the side. Like I mean, you can't see, but look at all of these little, you know, cap ends. We did something good here today. We did something good. We saved a life. Maybe. Yeah, I guess so. Hold on, let me grab it. Yeah, the problem with the Xbox is it's so big. It's like so big. To like, is this even gonna fit the camera? It's a big deep dish. This is actually right here too. This is a aftermarket fan. It's a 70mm Nexus fan. Make it nice and quiet. And then I 3D printed the mount right here. So it's pretty good. Works great. All right, so we can put this guy back in over yonder. Oh yeah, and also all the controller ports light up. Yeah, Xbox pretty good. All right, we got 2 screws to go in there. Save a lot. Dude, my singing voice so good. Yeah, there's actually 2 different types of power supplies too for the Xbox. I mean, there's many different variations, but plugs as well. Later ones have this type of plug on it. There's actually one that's the earlier version has just the 1 row. So many differences. Mainly because this thing was hacked so easily. So they kept revising it, and in 1.6 they did a great job revising it, unfortunately, for piracy. But I don't get a 1.6. There we go. Nice clean Mobo. Oh, dust right there. Get that out of there. There we go. So you line up the Ethernet jack because it has the ground, I don't know, like an I/O shield, because again, this is a power PC. So here we go. And then inch it forward and down, eastbound and down. There you go. Almost lined up. There it is. You heard the snap. Put back in that fan. There we go. It's all neat and right there. Plug back in the controller ports. Yeah, even earlier revisions have a daughter board for the controller ports. There we go. Plug in the power supply. There we go. Let's get some screws in there. There we go. There it is. And there's like a million screws. Yeah, I could probably just move this out of the way for now. Mind you, they're all Torx. All Torx screws. I like to do the corners first, so I make sure it's in place. And then I go to the middle. So it makes it nice. Nice. Look at all these Torx screws. If this was needed. Is this really needed, Microsoft? Really? Okay, we got the two for the AV port. There we go. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. And yeah. I gotta probably take a picture of it. There we go. Obligatory picture. All right. So, let's put in the weird stuff. The Wi-Fi. So I need the cable. Oh, that's fine. Absolutely. You got to check on the baby girl. Trying to think. I've done. So do you have a high def? Do you have a high def NES board? Because that's a board. Because I don't have any right now. So this one has secret Wi-Fi. Look at that, secret Wi-Fi. So it's actually this one. I modded it. Put Wi-Fi at the bottom of the CD-ROM tray, which is open because it's a clear top, so you can see the disc spinning. Pretty dope. And the way it works is the antenna goes out. The whole it is a cut mod. You do have to cut it. And yeah, the nice thing is the way I did it too is you have a little patch cable that goes from the Ethernet port to the what would be like connect to the Wi-Fi. So it just runs right through. when you want to use Wi-Fi, but you don't lose the Ethernet port either. So that's what I really liked about it. So, oh well, you gotta get the kit. Unfortunately, they're getting harder and harder to come by. But yeah, I've done it a bunch of times. In fact, on the channel, did I do a high def mod on the channel? I don't think I did actually, but I have done the RGB mod, which is so similar. It's the same techniques. So the difference between the high def NES and the high def and the RGB is the RGB you have to take out the PPU, or essentially the like graphics chip. You have to desolder it on the NES. For the HDMI mod, you have to take out the PPU and the CPU. So you just do the same thing twice. But yeah, I must say I did that live on the channel, the RGB mod anyway. But yeah, I've done the high def mod a few times actually. I've actually sold a few of those systems, but it was pre-pandemic. It was like a while ago. So there you go. See, it's going to be confusing. There's 2 Ethernet jacks. Yeah, having Wi-Fi is so nice on this thing. Which again is an older mod now, I guess. But I used to do this crap all the time. There it is. Yeah, the case like, you know, lights up and it's like see-through green. Pretty cool, man. The big thing, of course, is you know, I think, oh, get a new iron. Yeah, definitely get a desoldering iron though if you're gonna do the any of the NES, HDMI or RGB mods. Which I would recommend the RGB mod too. It looks fantastic. You know, Tim Worthington does a great job on that. Fantastic job on that. But yeah. So putting it together is always a challenge here. It really is. 'Cause there's so many different parts too. So this goes into here. What I did was to power it, I used the same power cable, works fine. And because you need an antenna, get the antenna out. There we go. Yeah, 6 looks good. Again, the only thing is, you know, I think, you know, right now it's nice having Wi-Fi, especially for like updating and, which is really the big thing, is updating it and downloading stuff on the homebrew front, especially Rocky 5. He does so much good stuff. Oh my gosh, guy's the man. But yeah, so it's kind of funny because, you know, if Dan releases his kit, then, you know, we really don't need to have, it's going to have Wi-Fi built in, so this will kind of be an obsolete mod, but yeah, it's also like a testament to like how crazy Xbox mods have always been. They've always been this crazy. Like, people take the Xbox, the original Xbox, like next level all the time, and I love it. Yeah, what's nice about the Wi-Fi one, by doing the Wi-Fi like this though, is, and I know in his mod you're going to lose the Ethernet port, is that, you know, you can still plug in the Ethernet port and it still works. What all you got to do is, if you want Wi-Fi, take the patch cord, Plug it in, bada bing. And no one sees it. It's in the back. So like where my entertainment center is, nobody sees that. They just see this. Plus they're distracted by the LEDs. They'll never know. Stop plugging in some cables. Yeah, there are crazier Xbox mods out there. It's like, I don't know, it's crazy. It's like one of the most like modded systems, like straight up. Like everybody used to mod these things back in the day. Probably because they were so easy to like mod. So alright, I have to stand up for this. Stand at attention. There we go. And again, this is the 40-pin 80 wire IDE cable that you need to run bigger hard drives, because this thing has a 2 terabyte hard drive, which eventually I'll upgrade to an SSD, but today is not that day. Today is not that day. The internet is a big, wide place. I don't know. I have a clue. Say something about the internet. It's magical. It doesn't make the same noise it used to when you log on. Remember all that? Oh my goodness. What a time to be alive. The fact that I'm streaming right now, it blown my mind back in the day. Come on. You know, everyone says Xbox is it's a big system, but man, there's so much. Yeah, for a big system, there's like no space in this thing. What's up, Asia? Here it is, 2 terabytes. Full of games I totally own. Nah, that is cool though. This has every North American Xbox game on it. Straight up. And emulators. Has a bunch of emulators on it too. Which, you know, emulators on an original Xbox don't really make any sense anymore. Yeah, so many other systems run emulators better, but there you go. I'm glad. Let's see. I think I'm missing one. Torque screw out. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Nice. I got her attention. Look at that. That's fantastic. Is that... Look at that. I got a new subscriber. Alrighty. So let's get this in. See? Hard work pays off. it'll pay off here. Unfortunately, I can't boot it up down here. I don't have a TV down here. I don't even have a power cable down here. It's all upstairs. Let's put this in here. You know, maybe your daughter's gonna be a future retro gamer. Who knows? You gotta show her the ropes. Show her how great video games were. Remember when you didn't have to, you know, turn on your system and wait for an update? Those were the days. You can teach her that. But when you bought a game, it was complete. And in order to like actually unlock stuff, you had to like work hard and play the game, not just buy stuff or buy loot crates. See? There you go. See? Ta-da! There we go. Then we just ease this on. Make sure it's all nice. Don't rush. Yeah, it's cool though. The controller ports all light up green. The Xbox symbol lights up green. Yeah, this one I modded this forever ago too. Cause I don't even know if they make this case anymore. There we go. There we go. I say it's probably hard to see on camera with that. It's got this green tint. It's green. Grab the last bit of the puzzle. Last bit of the puzzle. Where is it? There it is. There we go. I don't even have to push this out. Just do it on my lap. Oh, that's good. That's right. That's right. I love chocolate. Love to be happy, man. It's nothing to be, you know, it's better to be positive than negative. I don't get people who could be negative all day. Their sourpuss face. I don't get it. I just don't. That's why I'm always positive. If you're breathing, then you get something to be positive about. It's that simple. If you're breathing, you got something to be positive about. There we go. Yeah, oh, there we go. That's the good kind of snap. That's like it snapped back together like it was supposed to. Dude, the Ninja Turtles are amazing. And what they, that like movie they did, I don't even want to talk about it. They look so ugly, I couldn't believe it. It's like, what did we do to deserve that? There we go. I'm glad she's into old school video games, you know? Foster that, honestly. I think that's what's so cool is that, like, you know, I think it's probably one of the best ways to, you know, introduce people to video games, you know? It's simple, right? You have a controller with 1, 2 buttons, you know, get crazy. It's got 4 buttons, you know. It's like versus now some kid could pick up a controller now and be like, wow, this is like intense for the first time, you know. Kind of teaches them like, all right, this is simple game, simple concept, get from A to B, you know. And then eventually maybe they'll work those ways up to like an open world game like Zelda. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Xbox. Much love to you, brother. Much love to you. So there you go. We're done. We're done here. Our mission is complete. We've got the best Simpsons road rage hit and run system I think we can get right now. Oh, and other games that were released as well for the Xbox. But yeah, so there you go. Thank you for watching. Thank you for checking out the stream. If you haven't already, feel free to subscribe. I love doing streams. I mean, that's literally what I do. Is I love streaming. Like, I think it's like wicked fun to just like chill, meet awesome people like you, and I'm gonna do this anyway, so why not, right? I have to recap it anyways. Why not meet some awesome people while I do? And maybe you learn something. Who knows? Like, I think that's something that I've been doing this forever, and it's nice to pass along the knowledge too. So yeah, salute. Absolutely. I mean, I'm Italian too. That's why I like the salute. I like that. It's good. Nice. Well, thanks for joining me. Like I said, subscribe so you can get like one of those like a notification when I go live next time. Okay. But yeah, thanks for coming along this journey. It was great to meet you. It's great to meet everybody that showed up. And enjoy your night. Keep safe. Until next time. It is beautiful. That I will say. Oh, and I should show real quick. That's the see the disk drive, so you can see the disk spinning when it's you can even see the laser. It's like so cool when it's like all said and done. It's pretty cool. All right, thanks for joining me. We'll see ya.